9 o'clock, and we are finally ready to kick the 2023 edition of the BioStock Life Science Fall Summit off. I'm extremely happy to be here today, and equally happy to see all of you here today. We are ready for a jam-packed 2 event days. We have 40 companies presenting, we have panel discussions and expert insights, and of course we have a lot of mingle time, because that's one of the biggest perks with having these in-person events. So I hope you enjoy these 2 days. I hope you are with us 2 days. We have, well, more than 500 registered participants, so we are looking forward to some really intense days. With me here on stage, I have the brilliant moderators for these 2 days, Cecilia Hallström and Michael Jewett. And they will be taking good care of the presenting companies. And of course, the whole BioStock team is on standby to take care of you. So whatever you need, grab someone with a BioStock name tag, and we'll try to help you out. I think with that, I will leave the word to my fellow moderators, and just want to say again, thank you for coming, and have a pleasant time with us. Thank you.
The presentations will be 10 minutes long with 5 minutes for Q&A. The presenters will be interrupted by myself and Mike when they hit around 10 minutes, because it's very important for us that you as investors and just generally people who are interested get a chance to ask your questions. And with that, I would like to introduce the first speaker of the day, Abliva's CMO, Magnus Hansen. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here today, and it's an honor to be the first company presenting with this impressive lineup. So yes, I'm Magnus Hansen, Chief Medical Officer at Abliva, and at Abliva, our mission is to target the powerhouse of the cells to improve the lives of mitochondrial disease patients. And we do that by doing innovative drug discovery and development to find new innovative treatments for this group of rare diseases. So at Abliva, we are focused to become a global leader in mitochondrial medicine. And we can do that based on our long expertise in mitochondrial medicine and in drug development, and with a portfolio of innovative compounds. Our leading compound is KL1333. This is currently in a phase 2 study, but it's a phase 2 study. Like in other rare diseases, you can only perform so few studies. There are simply not just enough patients. So this has been designed to be a pivotal study. So it's a potentially registrational study, the last study to take us to marketing approval. And we're a public company listed on NASDAQ with the ticker ABLI. So I wanted to start with some recent highlights. Last month, the global community came together to raise awareness for mitochondrial disease. And we released a number of short videos about our different activities, and they are available on our webpage and on YouTube. We also recently received a fast-track designation by the US FDA, and this is an important recognition that mitochondrial disease is a serious rare disease, and that KL1333, our lead compound, has the ability and potential to address a really high unmet medical need. And maybe the most important news from our side during the last month is that we have completed the first wave of screening activities for our phase 2 Falcon study. So that means we are on track to complete enrollment for this first part to enable an interim analysis around mid next year, as we have planned. So backing up a little bit, what are mitochondria? Well, mitochondria are these tiny bits of your cell that enables efficient energy production. So utilizing oxygen and the foodstuff we eat to produce ATP molecules. So mitochondrial disease, that's when there is a genetic mutation or alteration that disrupt this efficient energy generation. So here are some examples of some of the interviews that we have taped with patients to teach us about mitochondrial disease, specifically the patient burden brought on by these diseases. So primary mitochondrial disease, it's a group of rare disease that affects about 1 in 5,000 individuals. So it is rare, but it's not super rare. They are typically devastating, depending on which organs are involved. So in childhood, it's often lethal, with severe brain manifestations. In adults, with the later onsets, typically the muscles are the part of the body that is most affected. And that's how we have targeted our KL1333 compound. So typically, organs requiring a lot of energy are most affected. And importantly, there are no approved therapies for mitochondrial disease. So this is an illustration of our portfolio. KL1333, as I said, is our lead compound in a potentially registrational phase 2 study called the Falcon study. Our second program, MV354, targets a different part of the disease, severe neurological manifestations. And that program is phase 1 ready. So mitochondrial disease, we see it as a really attractive market opportunity. Even with quite modest assumptions, we see that we have over $1 billion market. And here we have assumed that we are second to market, and we have also assumed there will be upcoming price pressure also for the rare disease market. And of course, with more bullish assumptions, the case looks even stronger. So since this is an area with no approved treatments, of course, there are no established clinical development paths. So we have thought long and hard about this, and we thought, well, let's go to the patients first, because what resonates with patients usually then resonates very well with the regulatory authorities and with payers. And we have good feedback for that part. So back in 2019, we teamed up with some of the biggest patient advocacy groups to arrange a externally led drug development workshop leading to a Voice of Patient report. And one of the questions we asked this group of patients and families was, well, which symptoms or parts of the disease would you like us as a drug development company to focus on? And the answer was pretty clear. There were two things that really stood out. Fatigue, so general sensation of really lack of energy, both mental and physical, and then specific muscle issues like muscle weakness. So that's what we decided to focus our development program on. So throughout the clinical program, we have focused on these two aspects of disease. And in the ongoing Falcon study, we have two primary endpoints, one focusing on fatigue, and there we have developed and validated a short form, and the patients can answer this every week on their own smartphone or a device that we give them. And when they come into the clinic, we do a specific muscle test, the 30-second sit-to-stand test. And we've had the opportunity to actually test this in really small scale. So in our phase 1 program, we performed a small phase 1b study. This was a placebo-controlled study, about 6 active and 2 placebo subjects. But even with a small group of patients, we saw promising signals of treatment effects, both when it comes to reduction of fatigue and when it comes to improvement of muscle function. And the magnitude of these changes, if we compare to other disease areas, would be considered to be clinically meaningful. And also we saw exposure effect relationship. So the ongoing phase 2 Falcon study, it has been designed to be a pivotal study if successful. So we have a long screening or a run-in period, then almost a year of treatment. And this is, of course, a placebo-controlled study. And we focus on a group of adult patients with both the most common type of mutation and the most common and debilitating disease expressions from the patient perspective, so fatigue and myopathy. And it has a number of adaptive components, including dose and the final sample size of the study. So The interim analysis that is coming up mid and next year will do a sample size reassessment, so we will make sure that we have strong power for both our primary endpoints. So the management team of Abliva, so Ellen Donnelly is the CEO. She was previously CEO of Modus Therapeutics and comes from a lot of senior leadership positions in Pfizer before coming to Sweden. Katarina Johansson, CFO, is with me here today. Eskil Elmer, Chief Scientific Officer, is also the founder of the company. And our latest addition to the management team is Dag Nesse, who has worked with these late-stage compounds, bringing them to marketing approval. So really valuable expertise for the phase where we are at. So we see that we are geared up to become a global leader in mitochondrial medicine to deliver good health and well-being for our target groups. So I hope you join us and follow us on this path. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus. We have a couple of questions here already, actually, for you.
Good.
That we got from the audience. So the first one is, what are you mainly looking at in your interim analysis?
So it's two things. It's a futility analysis, and then it's the sample size reassessment. So it will be completely blinded to us, so there's no efficacy test. Of course, we also look at safety. So we will have an independent data monitoring committee to recommend us, but the main recommendations are two, is continue the study or not, and then what is the final study size. So now we have recruited this first part, and we will base that interim analysis on 40 patients with 6-month data, and the final study size will be anywhere between 120 and 180 patients.
But that is to be determined.
To be determined, yeah.
And a follow-up question on that, actually, that we may as well take immediately, is how does the fact that you reached that target screening number just the other week, actually, how does that impact the timeline for the Falcon study, including the interim analysis?
Well, it means that we actually will be able to reach the timeline as planned. So what we communicated was that we have completed the screening activities, but then the screening window is 8 to 12 weeks. So that means we count on having all those patients that qualify to enter the study dosed by the end of the year, and then the interim analysis will be based on 6-month data.
I was also wondering, you talk a lot about the feedback that you get from patients, but I was wondering, have you had any feedback from the medical professional?
Yes, I mean, so this is a quite small community. So a lot of the investigators that are part of our trial are also the leading key opinion leaders in the field. And they, of course, have been instrumental in designing the study and also helped us with interactions with the regulatory authorities.
So you have close connection to the mito community, not just the patients, but also the professionals.
Exactly. So we have for quite a number of years participated in the main scientific meetings, and coming from the scientific side, they see that we have a good understanding of both basic mitochondrial medicine, but also the patient need. So I believe that makes us quite strong in this community. And of course, that's also important for the upcoming commercialization, that often, for instance, in Sweden, in UK, and a lot of other European countries, as well as the US, these patients usually go to see a few centers in each state. So in the US, there is it's called NAMDAC, the North American Mitochondrial Disease Consortium. So we have good contact with all those experts that see a large proportion of the patients. So that will, of course, facilitate the commercialization phase.
We've had a question about costs, which is what is the cost of the phase 2 study?
Well, since it is a quite big study, it is an expensive study, but then the size is between 120 and 180 patients. So what we did last year was to finance the study up until the interim analysis.
And yeah, that was going to be my second question, was the overall financial status of Abliva, but then you're financed through to the interim.
Exactly.
I have another question here about what the primary launch market is if the trials are successful. Are you aiming at the US or Europe or?
Well, we have targeted the US to be primary in our development, but of course we have received feedback from both regions, both from the regulatory side and the payer side.
And as a final question then, could you just give a quick update what's happening in the other projects? I'm thinking mainly of NV354.
Well, we have developed that program to be clinic stage ready and have also discussed that with the regulatory authorities. But now our focus is on our main program. So that development doesn't have a clear timeline yet.
Thank you very much, Magnus.
Thank you.
And with that, I would like to welcome our second speaker of the day, the CEO of Spago Nanomedical, Mats Hansen.
Thank you, Cecilia, and thank you to the whole BioStock team for pulling together yet another very interesting and important event. I guess all of us in this room share the same vision of bringing new innovation to improve or even prolong the lives of patients or people with severe diseases. With Spago Nanomedical, we are pursuing this in two ways. First, we want to improve precision in medical imaging in a way that will allow better treatment of patients with, for instance, breast cancer or endometriosis. Secondly, and perhaps more important, we are pursuing a new radiopharmaceutical that can expand the scope of radiopharmaceuticals and effective radiotherapy to patients with severe cancer. Right now, we are very much focused on cancer that affects women, like breast cancer, and we are very interested in ovarian cancer. We are also, with our imaging project, looking into endometriosis, which is a disease with a very, very high need of new diagnostics and a disease that affects millions of women worldwide. And the results we have got with our SpagoPix program, our imaging program, shows that we have a technology that allows us to accumulate our nanomaterial selectively in tumor lesions and perhaps also in endometrial lesions. And I'm very, very happy to stand here today and say that we have just got approval to start our first clinical trial with Tumorad, our radiopharmaceutical program in Australia, which is a huge milestone for Spago Nanomedical that now has one project in clinic in diagnostics and one in therapeutics. So for this presentation, I'm going to focus quite a lot on Tumorad. And what makes Tumorad unique is the ability to target several types of cancers. The radiopharmaceuticals today that are approved or in late-stage pipeline are all directed towards a single type of cancer by means of their targeting mechanisms. What we want to do is to broaden that scope. So if we look into the mechanism by which Tumorad accumulates in tumors, I will come back to this in a second as well, we can see that there are several tumor types that could be targetable by this pharmaceutical, like colorectal, like breast cancer, gastric, and ovarian. And it's important to say that with breast cancer, we already generated imaging data that shows that we can selectively accumulate in the breast cancer tumors. We do recognize that ovarian cancer is an indication of huge medical need. There are few treatment opportunities. It's a devastating disease, and we do think that there are good reasons to go with that indication for Tumorad as well. So we see that Tumorad can provide a treatment opportunity both as a monotherapy but also in combinations with existing therapies. So how do we do this? Well, we have developed an optimized platform of polymeric nanoparticles that are very safe in the human body and that can accumulate selectively in the tumors. This sounds easy. I can tell you it's not. It has taken quite some time to get where we are today. And what we found out during the development of the imaging project is that this material has the ability to bind in a very, very, very tight way and a very stable way clinically proven radioisotopes, which means that we can use this material as a radiopharmaceutical. So what we have and what we ended up with, and we just communicated the other day that we are now expanding the patent protection of this program, is truly a unique and first-in-class compound that can provide the potential for treatment with clinically effective radioisotopes of a broader population of patients. So we've come a good way with this, and as I said, we've proven that we can visualize selectively breast cancer. We have proven in the animals that we can see also tumors there of different kinds. We have preclinical data that supports clinical translation, both in terms of safety and regulatory studies. And of course, we have survival data that shows that we can prolong the life of animals with cancer. So all of this leads up to the first clinical trial with Tumorad, which I'm extremely happy to say that we are now starting in Australia. It's a phase 1/2A trial in cancer patients with the aim of obviously documenting initial safety and escalating doses. More importantly, during the phase 1, since this is a radiopharmaceutical, we have the ability to trace it within the body and through the body, which means that at a quite early stage, we will be able to predict the potential to reach a favorable benefit-risk profile with this compound. So that's a very important milestone that we hope that we'll be able to reach during first half of next year. And running the study in Australia, just commenting on that, which as it may seem a bit strange to go all across the world, they have a very beneficial reimbursement system there for R&D costs, which means that we can get back approximately 43% of what we pay there for doing the trial. So it's a very cost-effective way of doing a clinical trial. So just to round up, we are now clinical stage with 2 legs, diagnostics and therapeutics. We have a unique platform, very strongly patented by us. The imaging program provides clinical validation of the technology, so reducing the risk. And obviously the clinical translation of Tumorad, the radiopharmaceutical, now allow us to get to meaningful data at an early stage, which will be very interesting to see, and a potential value inflection point next year. So we see a lot of things happening in the near term, and it's very exciting. So I will stop there and be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, again, you're popular here. The first question is if Tumorad can be considered a personalized therapy.
Well, in a way, it can, as all radiopharmaceuticals, as they can be traced with different imaging technologies like SPECT or planar imaging, things like that. You could imagine giving a small dose first and then seeing where it ends up and then treat the patient afterwards. That's not the route we are taking right now, because we think there may be difficulties delaying treatment in these often very severely sick patients. So there are different ways of going there. Right now we see it as a general treatment.
And someone else, also called Anonymous, would like to know, radiopharma is so hot, I assume in the colloquial sense here. Are there many recent deals and M&As going on in this area?
Oh yes, very much so. And just the past months, there has been some really big deals. Eli Lilly bought Point Biopharma, for instance, for $1.4 billion just a couple of weeks ago. There have been others. There has been a series of IPOs and investments, mainly in the US, of course. But we see that both on the investment side and on big pharma side, there is definitely an increasing interest in this field.
Yeah, we also have a question about that, I guess then ties in a little bit to the competitive landscape, that how does your candidate compare in its ability to target the tumors? How does it compare to similar drugs?
Well, I mean, there aren't much similarity in the sense that we are utilizing a physiological targeting mechanism rather than a molecular targeting mechanism. So what we see, the agents that are approved today are based on peptides or antibodies, and also in the late stage pipeline, that's what we typically see. Our particles have a more, let's say, physiological or passive way of targeting the tumors. So there are differences. And the point here is that really Tumorad has the potential to go for other cancers that cannot be targeted today by molecular means.
And then we have a rather, well, from my point of view, rather technical question, that the isotope 177Lu, if that's how you pronounce it, that you are using, has that been used in other radiopharmaceuticals?
It has, yes. It's definitely clinically validated. It's been used by Novartis, for instance, in their approved drugs Lutathera and Pluvicto, which are now, I believe, at least nearing blockbuster status. So yeah, it's definitely proven. It's a beta radiator. Now I'm too getting technical here. It's a beta radiator, so it's shooting away electrons that break DNA strands. And yeah, I mean, radioactivity has been known for hundreds of years to be effective to treat cancer. The trick or the difficulty is to get it in the right dose to the right sites in the body. And that's what we are seeing now.
Someone is also asking about the endometriosis area, which is your latest venture, so to speak. And if it binds to the endometriosis cells, will it affect the treatment of endometriosis?
Well, it doesn't bind, and that's the thing here. We are not binding anything to anything. We are accumulating our particles in the lesions, and the same goes for endometriosis, which is inflammatory lesions that shares a lot of similarities to tumors. And right now we are evaluating the images coming out of our phase 2A trial in endometriosis patient. It looks promising, but we don't have the final data yet. But what we aim to do there is to, as I said initially, we want to accomplish a better precision in the imaging of these women. That usually, I mean, diagnosis of endometriosis, I think that the mean time is 7 years or something like that. And treatments are not very precise. It's hormonals and painkillers and sometimes surgery. So what we want to do is to aid the diagnosis and also probably aid the surgery of these patients to be more precise.
You mentioned you don't have the final data there yet. When do you expect to have the?
The analysis is ongoing, so we expect to communicate something before year end on that.
And as a final question, then you highlighted here the advantages of using Australia for your clinical trials. Will you be going to Australia, or how do you manage the?
I wish. How
do you manage on the ground?
Well, yeah, we have a lot of people, good people on the ground in Australia. And we have a very competent and good chief development officer here as well, who is managing the trial in an excellent way. He will probably go there.
So Paul will go to Australia.
He will probably go there, lucky him, but not I.
Well, okay, so Paul's the lucky one, and I guess you're lucky in the sense that the presentation and the Q&A is now over.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mats. And we are all lucky because we will get to listen to Martin Vallet, the CEO of BrainCall. Welcome, Martin.
Tackar. Sorry, thank you. So I will take the opportunity to give an update of BrainCool. We are a medical device company based here in Lund, founded around 2014, focusing on brain recovery and improving life for intensive care patients. The common denominator of our product is medical cooling. And in short, we've developed 3 medical device products: BrainCool system, which cooled patients at the ICU, mainly cardiac arrest patients, treatment of neurological fever from 32 hours up to 10-15 days. This is our first product to market. We launched it beginning of 2020, improved sales from 5, 10, 20, and have signed a large distribution deal recently with Sol Medical. RhinoShield is also a brain cooling product, which will take the brain cooling treatment one step further. It could treat patients already on the street when you get a cardiac arrest, and a very early phase for stroke patients, which are then transferred to the BrainCool system later in the ICU. On top of this, we developed a medical device called Coro System, breakthrough device designation from the FDA. It just had, it's FDA approved, and we just announced that we get a CP3 code, which is the first and a very important step to obtain reimbursement for this device. I just want to show you the basis for what BrainCool doing. Here on the right, you see where the BrainCool system are. This is standard of care, a market of 4 or 5 million Swedish per year, with system that treats patients in the intensive care. All feasibility studies, all animal studies indicate that you should cool as quickly as possible. You start treating these patients after 4, 5, 6 hours in the ICU, but we have data that if you can start cooling patients very, very early, you get dramatically different results. We are the only company in the world that has a device that's approved for pre-hospital treatment of cardiac arrest and early cooling for stroke. So that is the long-term vision of BrainCool. What we then are doing with these 3 devices is the BrainCool system has an ambition to have revenues being profitable of more than 100 million Swedish already 2025. We got upfront orders in this distribution deal with Sol of more than 100 million. We are on a market driven by, thank you, I got a slide call. By guidelines, there is competition, but there is a great growth case for BrainCool with a device with a good patent protection and a very good business model. Then we're running trials with the RhinoShield, early cooling of cardiac arrest patients, follow the BrainCool system at the ICU, clinical trials completely funded by the Karolinska Institute with the aim to show that we really could improve the life and survival of cardiac arrest patients. We're using the same technology for early cooling of stroke patients in the hospital treated with thrombectomy. We already published our first result of our first trial with dramatically improvement of survival, a good neurological outcome of stroke patients. These 2 projects will take this company further in a couple of years. We expect to launch the stroke product already 2025, and 2 years later, a new treatment for cardiac arrest. Finally, the Coro system is an outlier because it's for an oncologist, for a side effect called cardiac arrest, called oral mucositis, a side effect of cancer treatment. On average, US patients have healthcare cost of $25,000 of this side effect. We're the only solution approved. There's no pharmaceutical product approved, so we are the first mover, and we work hard now to get solid reimbursement before we launch this product. I go in very little on our trials, mentioning primarily our project in stroke, which is funded by the European Union of more than 3 million euro. We actually go into the neuro cath lab where you do a procedure called thrombectomy. You start cooling with our early cooling device, RhinoShield. You cool down the patient very, very quickly in 30 minutes when they undergo the thrombectomy and then onto the ICU. And we're doing this because although thrombectomy has improved survival with good neurological outcome of stroke patients dramatically since the launch started 2016. We have shown that by cooling this patient, you could dramatically reduce the brain damage. What we've shown in our first feasibility data comparing to hysterical data and the shift analysis, that we proved survival good neurological outcome from 34% to 68%. And this is unseen. There has been 1,000 pharmaceutical agents from the renowned biotech industry trying to reach the market for ischemic stroke, and we think we can launch a completely new treatment already 2025. We also have similar fantastic results in cardiac arrest, showing dramatic improvement if you cool patients within 20 minutes compared to 4 or 5 hours today. That really improves survival with complete neurological recovery. This we're trying to show in a larger randomized trial with Karolinska Institute trials that will be completed 2027. Coral system, in short, side effect of cancer treatment, you cool the mouth when you undergo chemotherapy. We also have a product for radiation. The cooling makes the chemotherapy not reaching the cells, same strategy as the hair growth companies. And we have shown with trials with Karolinska very, very solid results that led to US approval. We're now working to get reimbursement. So in short, Braincool is a medical device company. We get sales, we will see revenues, we have a sharp business model, but furthermore, we have very interesting clinical trials that can take this medical device to complete new therapies, and they are not funded by Braincool. We've been very, very successful in raising EU grants up to 80 million until now. You probably know all about the long-term cost of stroke. I will not go into details, but we think we can save healthcare cost of each stroke and cardiac arrest patients of $100,000 per patient and thereby obtain very, very strong reimbursement. We got sales breakthrough with the Braincool system. I guess you already heard about that. We have enormous business case together with Sol, which is a major international player, where we signed a distribution deal for US or Germany. We're launching early November in Southeast Asia, and there's a big potential that we can expand this product further internationally. There's a breakthrough potential of the RhinoShield. In our trials of cardiac arrest, if they would be successful, Karolinska Institute show that you improve survival with complete neurological recovery if you cool patients within 20 minutes. All these patients will be cooled with RhinoShield and then with Braincool in the ICU. It's about 700K patients in the EU and US. We are the only one that could then cool patients within 20 minutes, so we think we have a dramatic opportunity to obtain reimbursement and much higher pricing there too. NeverChill, I mentioned, it goes without saying. We expect 2025, if our randomized trial of 400 patients to be successful, to launch this product already then in both US and America, where then we'll cool patients that undergo thrombectomy, which is another medical device procedure. Oral mucositis, I mentioned the potential with the first mover product. We haven't launched yet. Braincool is a fairly small company, so this is still a business development project, but it's worth mentioning that some of the healthcare costs per patients in the US, for example, in lymphoma patients are between $70,000 to $300,000 per patient. So I think our breakthrough project has almost pharma project potential, but without having to spend all the money. Management, myself, our CEO is recruited from Atos Medical, where he was Vice President of Development. We got a CTO who's been one of the main developers for Lucas, a device that's now are in 25,000 ambulance. Excellent quality scientific director and CFO. And that's about it. If I have 10 seconds.
I will give you 10 seconds.
I should mention, why on earth should you invest in Braincool? Braincool is not average. We got through breakthrough device designations, That's the way we deal with the FDA. We recently approved a 510K for our product iCool in 19 days. You have not seen a company doing that ever in Europe. We got sales, we got growth, we got very good business models. We've shown that we can sign distribution deal, partner agreement with global companies. We have trials, groundbreaking trials, stroke and cardiac arrest, funded by somebody else. If we succeed in that, you should take the money, biotech investors, and put them, maybe not in BrainCool, but definitely in medical device. That's about it.
Thank you. We have lots of questions for you here, Martin. I think we will start with quite a basic one. How do you cool down the brain?
No, it's the product of today, like BrainCool system, is a surface-based cooling where you cool down the whole body. It's like sort of a chemotherapy. So you cool down the body with the aim to cool down the brain. But obviously, the long-term target and the best product would be selective BrainCool. And then if we look into our second product, the RhinoChill, you cool down the brain through a catheter with the cooling agents and pressured air. So you cool very, very quickly and very hard. And this has to be done in sedated patients. The challenge then with RhinoChill is that you can probably cool only up to 3-4 hours. But it's shown in the ICU that you have to treat the patients often for days. So I think we have the perfect combination. We can do selective brain cooling and then combine it with our products. If one go way back in time, our first idea was to make selective brain cooler with a product called Polar Cap system, which had neck cooling. Then we should then tag along to the brain cool system. But we divested that company.
Because going back to the science, how much brain temperature decrease do you see in your stroke trials, just to mention the stroke here?
That's a very good question, because of course there's a surrogate how you measure the brain temperature. Because how should you measure the brain temperature for stroke patients? I mean, there's a number of different technologies, but we have done in our animal studies, for example, run chill on pigs, where you broke up the skull and put a thermometer in the brain, which you can't do, unfortunately. No, I'm kidding. On the stroke patients. But our surrogate is that we can cool down up to 2.7 degrees in a very short period of time. One should then compare to our product BrainCool system or the market of the ICU. This takes hours for other products. And I think here is the true pitch of BrainCool. If you can cool down the brain very, very quickly, you get the dramatic results we see in our stroke trials. I should make one comparison. There has been one of the biggest stroke meetings in Toronto, or the biggest stroke meeting of the year in Toronto 2 weeks ago. There's a number of the biotech, I'm smiling, the biotech companies or pharma companies that rebirthed the drugs for ischemic stroke and try to do them in parallel with thrombectomy. And one of the biggest trial was presented in Toronto, and they failed their target to improve survival of good neurological outcome of 2%. We improve with 34%. So that's the trick of early cooling. That was too long answer, you think?
Yeah, but it was also the perfect way to end the presentation. So thank you so much, Martin. All right, and we will welcome up Mia Lundblad, the CEO of Acede Pharma. Welcome, Mia.
Thank you very much, and it's always a pleasure being at BioStock. And actually, we have accomplished quite a lot of things since we last were here in the spring. For example, we have completed our tox studies, and we have also performed a market access showing that we have an asset with $1 billion or billion euro drug asset, actually. But maybe I should start from the beginning for those of you who haven't followed us that closely. So RCD Pharma, in brief, we are a small company, and we were established last year, and we're at the same time listed on the Spotlight stock market. We have a longer history, though, of being a research project from the Lund University. The company, we have some projects and also several patents, but we are focusing right now on our drug candidate, RCD 405, which is a patent-protected substance with a unique and dual mode of action, having actually both anti-inflammatory properties as well as airway relaxing properties, and aimed for the treatment of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. And COPD is an inflammatory disease, and it's a progressive disease. And it's characterized by a lot of disabling symptoms, but also by exacerbations. And exacerbations are worsening of the symptoms. And they lead and they cause over time a progression of the disease and a reduction in the quality of life. And in the end, these patients also usually need hospitalizations. And once they have been in hospital, it's quite often that they need to be readmitted within a relatively short time frame again. And this vicious cycle with exacerbations and reduction in lung function and so on is eventually lethal. And then by having a possibility to reduce these exacerbations, you would also have an impact on the disease itself. And the mortality I mentioned, it's actually COPD is the third leading cause of death globally, with more than 3 million people dying of this disease every year. In addition, it is the indication with a high unmet medical need. And the treatments that are available, they primarily target the symptoms, but not the underlying disease itself. The drugs also that are available, many of them are associated with side effects, and some also lose effect over time, so-called receptor desensitization. So there is really an urgent need for new and innovative treatments that can actually target the underlying disease itself, so that you can stop or at least diminish the progression of the disease. So having an effect on the underlying disease and preventing this exacerbation would not only benefit the patients, but also the enormous costs that are associated with the management of COPD. Because as you can see in this graph here, the green part of each bar here in the different countries actually represents the hospitalizations costs. So the main part of the costs for treating and managing these patients are related to hospitalizations. And as I said, the cause of the hospitalizations is often the exacerbations that are linked to the underlying inflammation. So preventing exacerbations and limiting the disease to a more early, mild disease stage, which actually then have an influence not only on the costs, but also on the patient's lives. And here we see RCD405, our drug asset and our drug candidate. It possesses a unique and dual mode of action outside of the established pharmacological pathways. It has this dual effect with both an airway relaxing effect and an anti-inflammatory effect. So there is a big potential that we can slow the course of the progression of the disease, and thereby, of course, influencing and improving the quality of life for these patients and also prolonging their survival. And with these characteristics and these properties that we have seen, we have actually performed a market analysis together with experts in the field and also made a sales forecast. And here I will present two of the different scenarios that is the outcome of this analysis. One more conservative and one more optimistic one. Of course, taking the underlying prevalent cases into account, those that are then being treated and actually also would have this disease characteristics of mild to moderate disease, and also then being in the end eligible for such a potential treatment. And the first scenario and the first case being the more conservative one is that we take into account a market share more similar to a standard of care drug. While the second one, the more optimistic, is then having a market share similar to a first-in-class drug. And we have, of course, also looked at other drugs and looked at their pricing and benchmarked the price and costs in that area. So the outcome of this is that in the first scenario, the more conservative one, there we assume with that patient share and market penetration, which is up to at a maximum 5%, we reach actually €1 billion or $1 billion market here at the peak sales, at where it peaks after 5 years after launch. And with the second more optimistic scenario where we have a assumed market share of up to 40%, there we reach even higher sales figures. So this is a great potential, of course, for the market. And there is a huge global market out there already. So this was looking a little bit more into the future, focusing again on where we are right now. And as I said in the beginning, we have completed a lot, and lately we have completed the tox studies and the tox program, and we are now awaiting the draft reports within shortly. We have also further refined our formulation together with Iconovo, and we have concluded that we now actually have the possibility to dose both very low doses and also very relatively high doses. And that is important in the first clinical trials, where you need to have a possibility to dose, to start very low, but also be able to increase the dosing and the dose interval. And as I said, we have performed market access analysis, and we have also now completed most of our studies that using different disease models. And actually we have just submitted a manuscript together with our collaborators here in Lund University and at Karolinska. And we have submitted that manuscript to one of the journals in the respiratory research field. And we also have additional studies in progress and are initiating mechanistic studies to look further into the pharmacology. Together with pulmonology experts, we are also now starting to look at the more detailed design of the early clinical trials and also all overall on the entire clinical development program. So we know where we are going and also have a better idea of that. And that we are doing together with some clinical experts and pulmonology experts. And of course, I want to thank you, those of you who might have participated in our rights issue, which was recently completed and where we actually raised 9.2 million Swedish crowns. So that was very good. And also, last but not least, we have a new CFO, which will focus on the investor relations and the financial planning going forward. In summary, as you have seen, the COPD, it's a disease and an indication with a high unmet medical need. And in addition, there is a large market that has the possibility to grow even further. And there we have our unique and patent-protected drug candidate RCD405, which has this dual mechanism of action with anti-inflammatory as well as airway relaxing properties. So with that, I want to conclude my presentation, and I want to thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mia. You mentioned here research collaborations with Lund University, for example, and as far as I understand, you're trying to gain a better understanding of the mechanism of action. Could you tell us a little bit more about what it is you're trying to find out in this collaboration?
Yes, we are looking, of course, there are several different pathways. It's a quite complex disease where, only the inflammatory pathways are quite complex. So it's a little bit more understanding which pathways and which molecules and so on that are involved in getting the clear effects that we see. We know what effects that we have and that we have these effects. Is more understanding, more molecular mechanism behind it.
And what is the benefit of having a dual mode drug compared to combining drugs?
Of course, you get 2 in 1, which is, of course, good. Now, many patients, they get a dual combination. And then you have a fixed dose. And what is the advantage here is that we have this anti-inflammatory effect as well in combination, because it's especially the anti-inflammatory part where we lack the effect, because the inhaled corticosteroids are really not that effective in this patient population, as it is, for example, in asthma.
We have a question about the route of administration, if it's oral or is it inhalation, just to clarify.
It's an inhalation, and that's what we are doing with Iconova then, looking at formulations and inhalers and dosing and so on.
Could you tell us a bit more about where you are in the work with Iconova?
Yes, we have. We are doing reiterations to be able to dose. As I said, in the early clinical trials, we need to be able to start low from a safety perspective. So you need to have a formulation that could handle that, and that you get the amount out that you wish to at a sufficiently low dose, but also then to get it as high as you want to, so that you can reach the therapeutic dose. And that's looking at refinements, I would say, and different options how you can handle that as good as possible, I would say.
What's the timeline like in that project?
For the formulation, we are more or less, we are concluding on that. So it's, we have a good formulation right now that we could continue with, actually.
We also have a question about your target markets. Someone wondering if Asia is not a particularly interesting region where there's high pollution and smoking, which contributes to, I would then assume, what is a high incidence of COPD.
Definitely. This wasn't a part of this analysis, but we had to focus, and we couldn't take, the analysis would have been more extensive and have cost more money actually to do that. But US is a big market, but of course Asia and all these countries are definitely, so that would add on to this analysis, of course.
Speaking of money, you mentioned the rights issue here, where you raised just over 9 million Swedish krona. Could you just elaborate a little bit on what this means for the ongoing development.
Yes. Yeah, this was actually then 72% of the entire of what we had asked for, so to say. So we can do a lot of what we had planned, of course, since it wasn't 100%. We can still do a lot, but we need maybe to postpone some of these activities a little bit. And then we have a warrant in January that is planned, so that we hope that we can, based on that, progress the other activities.
And you recently recruited a new CFO. Are you looking at further extending the team, or this is it for now?
Eventually, of course, we need further competencies as well, but this is
it
for now, yes.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Mia, for your presentation and the answers. And that is actually it for the longer presentations for the first session. Now we're on to our short pitches from private companies. And first, I would like to welcome CEO Simone Mester, and she is the CEO of Aothera. Welcome.
Thank you. Exudative eye diseases are the leading cause of vision loss in developed countries. And I'll start again. So, exudative eye diseases are the leading cause of vision loss in developed countries, which greatly impacts the quality of life and ability to participate in everyday activities. These diseases are characterized by inflammation and leaky blood vessels in the eye, and is estimated to affect more than 250 million patients by 2040. Up to 40% respond suboptimally to current treatments, and treatment resistant over time is very common. As such, there's an urgent need for treatment options for a growing global patient population. Our solution is a new antibody-based strategy to target a novel disease driver within these diseases. Our strategy offers a new mechanism of action to prevent vision loss and can be used as a treatment alone or in combination with existing treatment for improved therapeutic effect. As such, our strategy holds great potential for a large patient population. Aothera is in the preclinical stage of developing a new antibody together with a pharmaceutical partner. Next week, we will have a press release out that will reveal who our partner is, and we are very excited to be able to share this news very soon. So within the next year, we will expand on a solid proof of concept data
where blood sampling is not even an option. And we have developed a prototype which has been tested on 24 volunteers with very good results, I might add. And now we are developing this prototype even further to make this product easier to use and even better. And also the plan is to use it in bigger clinical trials in patients this time. Our customers can be found in the healthcare system as in general, but we have a special interest for research groups. It can be, for example, in universities, university hospitals, and we have actually already received 2 orders from research groups abroad, even without any active promotion from our side. We also know that it can be of interest to pharma companies doing research and development, where biomarkers can be difficult to find in blood, or it's complicated to use blood, and then interstitial fluid can be a very good alternative. We also know there's a big and quickly growing market for self-testing, where most tests are done in blood, and then interstitial fluid from the skin could be a very good alternative for these self-testing as well. We are, as you can see on the slide here, open for investment. We have a pre-money valuation of 25 million SEK. And if you are interested in talking with us or with me, I will be here today for discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bent.
I think I kept the 3 minutes.
You did. That was excellent timekeeping.
Thank you.
And here to finish off this first session is Anders Karlsson, the CEO of Biodynamic. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning. In drug discovery and development projects, what they all have in common is that they're very long, complex, and increasingly data intensive. So more so today than ever before, of course. And what they also all have in common is that there are no 2 that look exactly the same. So we see an increasing type of heterogeneity, more and more complex data, data volumes increasing, and so while that's true, what's also true is that to being competitive as a biotech, you need to leverage your data as well as possible. So we kind of see a conflict between having more and more data and also where the actual value of the data will be increasingly important. So you need a strategy there, and just putting Excel sheets on a SharePoint server isn't really a valid long-term data strategy. But Biodynamic is. So we're a software company. We've developed a digital platform that helps people in the lab do their work more efficiently and with higher quality, while also building a really rich and well-structured data state, also in the early discovery and development phases. So we're not just talking about the downstream processes where everything is predetermined, but in that chaotic phase of early discovery. So we have validated this problem, which is easy, just talk to any scientist. But we also validated the product. So we're live or about to go live at about 10 different sites across Europe and the US. We have a software as a service business model with a yearly license fee between 0.5 and up to 3 million Swedish a year. We're currently targeting therapeutic antibody companies as our first segment, and are then expanding that into other advanced therapies like mRNA, gene, cell-based therapies, before, of course, being able to address the entire biotech industry. We're at a stage where we're looking for partners to really take the digitalization of biotech to the next level. We are outperforming our competitors in customer-driven evaluation projects. And exciting to talk to anyone who would be interested in joining our journey.
Thank you, Anders.
Thank you.
So we are ready to start our first Expert Insights panel for this summit event. And I'm very pleased to be joined here on stage by Mathilde Thy-Kveborg and Tanja Jensen. You are medical writers at Axel Group. I think we should give them a warm hand. And so the theme of this discussion will be then optimizing your chances of approval, how to achieve effective clinical and regulatory documents and overcome known obstacles, and not least save money and time. I think that's something that should interest quite a few people in the room these days. So just a short backdrop then. Matilda and Tanya, you have promised to enlighten us with your knowledge about regulatory documents. Share the best tips you have for how to achieve effective regulatory documents, and hopefully that will lead to approvals that all the companies here are striving for. I'd like to ask you first, Matilda, can you explain a little bit more what it is that you do, and why is that relevant to the audience here today?
Sure. So the medical writer role is quite broad, with the key responsibility to design and deliver fit-for-purpose documents that communicate often very complex information in a clear and concise and unambiguous way. We work with many different types of documents. The typical regulatory ones would be a protocol for a clinical study report, investigators' brochures. We also do quite a few scientific publications, and then we sometimes also help with marketing material or SOP writing. We all have a scientific background, so the far majority have PhDs and some also postdocs. And then in addition to the scientific foundation we stand on, we have spent quite a few years gaining insights into what effective communication is when it comes to drug development. And this means that we have some tricks up our sleeve that can help accelerate clinical development by optimizing the regulatory documents that we send to the authorities.
So it's not just about having great science, you also have to be able to communicate that science.
Exactly,
I guess.
exactly.
So
compliant and concise, but also that help aid the reader's understanding and interpretation of the data.
Yeah.
And when we talk about approval, are we talking about market approval, the finishing line, so to speak, or can you elaborate?
Well, that it is part, not only, it's part of the marketing approval as well, but it's also about clinical development program. You want that approved. And you also have other documents that you're going to submit along the clinical development that you're going to approve. So it's about that, but it's also about knowing the audience. That you need, especially there are two parts where you want to know. One part is behavioral science and neuroscience, so you understand the brain and how it searches for information. So all of you are busy and have busy days and have a demanding job, and so does the reviewers. So it's about knowing how to set up the document to ease their way of reading, because they skim through the document. They don't read it from top to bottom, and especially not in a chronological order. They get a big report and they search for answers, so they read for decision making.
And to follow up on that, I think it's very interesting because we know that they are skim readers. We know from eye scan recordings how a skim reader moves through a document. So with that, we can actively place the key messages in the position that receive most attention. So, and that's obviously something that can be used to the sponsor's strategic advantage, but it's also something that the regulators want us to do because it saves them time. It allows them to find the answers they need in order to then be able to grant the approval that we desire.
Regulatory guidelines, quite clear on what all these documents, if it's a protocol or whatever it is, should contain. So can't you just follow these guidelines and be home safe?
So regulatory guidelines are key, no doubt about that. But one thing is following those, that does require quite a bit of experience and also a deep understanding. Then it's important to keep in mind that most of what regulatory bodies issue are actually guidelines. They're not a strict set of rules that need to be followed. So it's really important to understand when it's appropriate to deviate from these and when it's absolutely not. And that's the regulatory component. Then there is also a very important component related to how data is presented. There is a survey from the American Medical Writers Association. They have asked a panel of regulators. These regulators have, on average, I think 10 years of experience. They spent the far majority of their working time reviewing regulatory documents. And when asked, 90% of these regulators say that they experience being unable to perform regulatory review due to the quality of the documents they receive. So if you let that sink in a little bit, 9 out of 10 of the regulators are unable to do their job because the scientific community is not able to deliver the documents that fit the purpose. So with that, it's so crucial to understand what are these barriers then, and how can they be overcome?
Yeah. So 9 out of 10, that rings a bell. I hope it doesn't correlate with how many projects are successful in the end. But obviously, being expert at this, what's the secret sauce, if you will? What are the most commonly known problems, and how should you overcome them?
Well, there are a number of factors that contribute. Poor explanation of rationale, excessive length, incomplete content. These are the key factors and most frequently reported in the study that Matilda mentioned, where 9 of 10 reviewers can't do their job. And it's also the one with the greatest impact on the quality. And the medical writer, we know about this, and we know what to do, and we can overcome these quality issues and prepare a high-quality document. And we have some very, based on a long-term experience, we know what to do and how to do it. Have our tricks and tips.
Just a spontaneous thought is that there are quite a few early companies here. At what stage should you engage your type of expertise? Is it as early as possible, or is it at certain stages?
I would say very early, because you need to consider the writing in downstream documents as well. So if you have the full strategy, a medical writer would know, okay, this piece of information ties in with some downstream documents where you have to address questions. So for example, in a protocol, there are specific items you want to include because you know there are questions about that in a clinical trial report, or for a publication perhaps that there are checklists, not only the author guidelines, but checklists as well for clinical trials that we know that this should be covered if you want to publish in a high impact journal.
So I realize I'm deviating a little bit from the script here, but I can imagine then that you have encountered projects when you come in and you have some previous, content to look at, and how often do you look into it and see that, oh my God, this is not very good?
It happens. It happens. It depends on the experience of the company, how much they've been working on it, and also for matter of efficiency, we try to align the information across documents and reuse text and reuse models. And that's also a way to be consistent, because inconsistency is a flag for regulators. And also inconsistency in a document is, a reader might think, okay, are you talking about 3 different things here? You use a different terminology. So that's things that we are very picky about to make clearer in a document, and also how you navigate through.
Are about to embark on this journey of writing a protocol, for example. What are the most important things to consider then, if they are, at the beginning?
Yeah, and so the protocol, that's a tool for navigating and understanding a clinical trial, and there are a lot of stakeholders involved. And one of them are the investigators. They spend maybe 5 or 10 minutes before they meet a subject that's in the trial. So they have to quickly sift through the protocol to understand, okay, what is it that we should do with this patient today? And when you build or design the protocol, you take that into consideration. And it's actually similar to IKEA.
How so?
IKEA has this, all the stores are the same, and we have templates which are the same. You can vary between them, but ideally you have the same template, so the investigator recognizes from company to company where the information is. And then at the entrance of IKEA, there's a map, a very clear overview of what you're going to expect when you come into the store. There's a trail guiding you through every department of the store, optimizing IKEA's profit, probably. And then they have this story they tell with clear patterns of the rooms and signs. So for a protocol, the analogy here is, what I want the audience to take home is some steps. S, T, P, P, S, S. So S is for structure. You want a clear structure in your document, and you can do this. I typically add some extra headings, heading levels, which are very descriptive, because that's a way to manage the reader's expectation. Where can I find the answer to my questions? Oh, it seems to be here, and then they read it and they found it. T is for trail. It's a logical trail. We build blocks of messages that tie into each other and unfold a story. P is for pattern. You want to establish a pattern. In a protocol, in the trial design, it could be what should be assessed, when should it be done, and where. In a clinical trial report, we always start with the main message up front. We justify that message, and then we substantiate it with the science. And then this builds trust with the reader, because they recognize the pattern, and then they know they can go through the entire document finding the information very quickly to address what they're going to do. So it's structure, trail, pattern. Next S is for story. We unfold a story, sharing, building up with these blocks the full picture, and there's no piece missing, so you get what it is. And in a clinical trial report, and not a protocol, you have a data set that tells a story. So the medical writer provides the trends and the main strokes. It's not a data dump where you just provide a thick appendix with all the tabulations and say, go fetch to the reviewer. We provide them with the with the information, because they're busy people and their brains are lazy. They want to have the information served. And the last S is for science, visual science. So use a lot of tables, figures, flowcharts, bullet points, descriptive headings, cross-references to signal this is important, take a look at this, and then also make it available for skim reading. So the steps is a way of building the design, and then there's logical or practical things as well. Now I talk a lot, but I want to I want to tell these two things as well. It's about strategy, a long-term strategy, and the stakeholders. So the long-term strategy is patient safety and trial integrity will just rise.
So I kind of like the analogy with IKEA, because then at least it used to be that you could go there, save time and save some money. And that's something that you claim that you would be able to do for the companies. And I'm pretty sure that quite a few investors are interested in that aspect as well, seeing as capital is scarce nowadays, and we need to, preserve your runway and so on. So how would you say that you concretely then help the companies save money? Because I guess you also cost money.
I can elaborate on that. So I'm sure that everyone in this room can appreciate that when it comes to drug development, time equals money. And coming back to the survey I referenced earlier, the regulators expressed that 80% of the applications that are ultimately approved, so the ones that contain everything they need in order to obtain an approval, 80% of these are delayed due to issues that can be directly attributed to poor document quality. So by following Tanya's advice, you could frankly say that then these 80% would have been approved straight away. Then this relates to things that go on during regulatory review, but it's also very much the case during trial conduct. So you asked how often we see protocols, for example, that don't quite meet the standards. As head of department, I receive quite a few requests for proposals in our company. And it's very often that I see these protocols where it's so easy to map out what needs to be done and how this would be much more efficient. And
if you have the experience as we do. Yeah.
Yes,
so
yes with the experience and with the understanding of what it needs to be used for at the investigator's site. He needs to use it as a lexicon, as a document he can look into and easy to, as Tanya alluded to, easy to navigate, find the exact information he needs. And when that's not in place, then we often see it leading to inconsistencies in the procedures that are performed at the trial site and also in the data that's collected, ending up with a poor data quality. Then what we also often see is that then when a clinical study is ongoing and the protocol isn't quite clear on what needs to be done, the sponsor realizes that we need to update the protocol. That's what we call a protocol amendment. And these are very large drivers of cost during clinical development. So having a clearer starting protocol can lead to fewer protocol amendments, thereby saving time.
And the amendments cause a delay as well.
Yes.
And in Europe, with the new guidelines, it's quite complex to navigate through and ensure that you can just create the amendment as well. So that's also part of it.
For sure, for sure. And then the last piece I just wanted to cover is that that I alluded to in the beginning, time equals money when it comes to drug development. So once you are close to a marketing authorization application, every day counts. So, and we know that some drugs bring in revenue worth of hundreds of millions euros every quarter. So what we in drug development would characterize as a slight delay of a couple of months maybe is a substantial lost income for a company. So I hope that answered the question about the time and money
Definitely.
aspect.
And I'm pretty sure that investors appreciate if you don't lose time as well. So now we're talking about protocols and study protocols and so on, study design. Do these principles then of communication that you have laid out here, do they apply to other things, regulatory documents? So if you're writing a scientific publication or a grant, if you're applying for a grant, for example, does it work as well?
Yep. No, well, yes, I think it does, because all regulatory documents and all, I would stretch and say all documents benefit from having a good structure and having a quick way of navigating your way around them and understanding them. Because people who read them, they make decisions based on them, and they're made for decision making. So I would say the same principles apply for the documents, even if you might modify them, but overall the same principles would apply.
I can give an example. So we were approached by a client. It's a Danish client called AJ Vaccines. And they have had conducted their last study in their development program and asked us to write up their scientific publication. You asked for an example on that. And because we are so familiar with writing clearly and concisely, following the applicable guidelines, we could lay out a very solid submission strategy leading to a first round approval. This is extremely rare. You may know that, those of you who have written scientific publications, this is extremely rare. So there were no comments from the journal editor, no comments from the journal reviewer, and it was approved in 3.5 weeks. Usually when you submit a scientific publication, the standard timeline until acceptance is 17 weeks. It goes through multiple rounds of review with substantial modifications being needed. Often we also see a need to change target journal, leading to additional modifications because there are the new author guidelines with the new journal you need to follow. So by our expertise in identifying the right journal and meeting the journal standards, we could save this client substantial time and also money in the end.
Well, that's great. I can also imagine that if you submit your protocol or your documents with the correct and structure, you become the reviewer's favorite student, so to speak, not end up at the bottom of the pile. We actually have a few questions from the audience, but I was going to ask you first to sort of sum up what would be the most important key takeaways for the audience here from you today.
Want to go first?
Yep. I think the analogy with IKEA is So it's going to be very helpful.
So then I need to ask, because related to that is of course the issue of privacy of data and the value, I mean IP and so on.
Confidentiality.
So how if you enter data into ChatGPT, then it's out there.
Yep.
So how can you sort of make sure that you don't compromise any?
Some companies have their own ChatGPT, so it's confided in within the walls of the company, just as every other document is. But that's a big security issue to not put data in there that could compromise confidentiality.
Mm. Yes, cool. Okay, let's see more. Yes, what are the most common mistakes made in drug development communication? If you could perhaps outline a few of them shortly, briefly.
So I can name a few of what I observe. I often see a lack of consistency in documents, and I think that's unappreciated, the impact of writing with consistency. Because if you use different terms, I had a protocol in my department that we were working on. There were 9 different ways of mentioning the trial product that they use. And 9 different ways, and this is not a bad protocol, a bad sponsor. It's just because there are multiple authors and people don't quite appreciate that when you then have different terms, that signal differences to the brain. So in the end, an end user like an investigator may be wondering, is it the same thing or is it 2 different things when they write it different ways? So I think that consistency is something that is often unappreciated. And speaking now of ChatGPT, that's next generation, something that we already use a lot is our tools to introductions in a protocol where, according to ICH, a protocol introduction should be giving a rationale for the study and focus on risks and benefits for the patients. And then the rest can go to the IB. That'll give the sponsor a much better document, or the investigator a much better document to work with.
So
That was all, sorry.
No, so could you say that there are no actual points in writing longer rather than shorter?
No, that was also one of the AMVA, the survey that we talked about, that they said it's excessive length, it's too wordy. So there's the signal to noise that you need to consider what information should you share and not the rest.
Mm. So we are actually running out of time, but I would like to relay one final question. It's fairly concrete. Do you also work with EFSA applications?
Yes. Short answer is yes.
Short answer is yes.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure that if anyone has any other queries regarding what you can help out with, you'll be happy to answer them then in the breaks, and you are going to be here for 2 days.
Mm.
Thank you very much for coming and enlightening us.
Thank you very much
Thanks
for having us.
Pleasure.
And with that, I'm going to return the word and the stage back to our next moderator, Michael, who will present the upcoming presenter for you. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, after that very interesting discussion, we can go back to our company presentations. And before we do that, I'd like to remind you that if you have any questions, you can
imagine a person living with chronic pain. We can call her Emma. She has quite heavy pain on Monday some weeks, and sometimes on Thursday, and sometimes the whole week altogether. What this means is that she is occasionally unable to work, she can't train, and she can't get a social life that she wants to have. So basically, she lowers her quality of life. And what is really troublesome is that she don't really know what factors that are the triggers for her pain for a specific day. Then, imagine this. She is not alone. She is one individual of a population of 190 million individuals in the US and Europe alone. So this is really a large population of people living with chronic pain. Yet, the access to pain physician is quite low. And the persons that do, in fact, meet the pain physician, normally the treatment path is opiates of various sort. This means that for the cost of the society in general, it's large, to not say enormous. We talk about $900 billion annually in cost for the societal cost for people living with chronic pain. This needs to be addressed in some way, both from the society in general, but also from company working within the life science space. And that is where PainRainer comes into play. We have developed a platform for chronic condition, where chronic pain is the first product to go live. Basically, it's for a patient, we have a mobile application that is structured as a medical device that has a unique 360-degree patient-centric solution. And what this means is that we use an artificial neural network where we collect data, but we don't use population data. And this is quite important. I will get back to that. So what we do first is that we collect patient-specific input. And this could be, for example, if you train, if you do go to work, if you exercise, if you do household chores, and we log how much time, the experience of it, or the satisfactory level, and the intensity level. We also log the daily pain for the patient. All this data is then bundled into the neural network, where we process and understand what are your specific trigger points that can be adapted, where you can give recommendation to then adapt your daily life. And this is the patient-specific output. And why is the 360 degrees important? Well, if we wouldn't use that and would use population data to say you are part of this bucket of population, that means that the subjectal approach to pain, meaning that I have a feeling of my pain that might not be the same as yours, would blur the image of your specific recommendation. So that's why it's really important to build a network that doesn't use population data. As mentioned, we are a medical device, and this is also really important because the wellness space for pain is quite crowded. But the medical device space is not that crowded, and also there's a big distinction in how you develop a product that is a medical device rather than a wellness product. So this means that we have a certification in place to be eligible to sell in the relevant market for us, and we also have a product that is the effect of a number of clinical trials. The latest clinical trials we conducted was with Weill Cornell and Newton Wellesley Medicine, or hospital, and that was published in Pain Medicine in the US earlier this year. And the results were quite remarkable. And I won't go through all of them here, but just to give some view of what we actually were able to aid the patient with. It's important to state that this is patients that have been living with pain for some of them 1 year, others up to 10, 15 years. And over a 12-week period program, we were able to reduce the pain interference and increase physical function in 3 out of 4 patients by utilizing the daily recommendation for the patients with PainRainer. We also were able to increase the activity engagement and over a longer period actually increase the ability for these patients to get back to work. And if you remember, we talked about societal cost. And if you are able to get back to work, that reduces societal cost quite a lot. So the result here, quite remarkable. This means that we right now stand on the stepping stone to go out and sell this product. And we will use a licensing model where we offer this product to healthcare providers with both the patient interface and the clinician interface. And we have a payment structure where we bill for the active patient on the platform. And this means that we can forecast monthly recurring revenue of around $45 per patient per month. The company is backed by a highly competent and skilled team with various knowledge, both within medical device, life science, as well as within AI and neural network. And also more importantly, or perhaps most importantly, we have experience through the team and the board on how to launch remote monitoring products within the US, which is really core for us since that is our core market moving forward. 2023 has been a hectic and really good year for us, and I won't present everything that we have conducted so far, but some milestones that I think are really important for us and also perhaps for you is the FDA registration as a medical device class 1, because this means that we are eligible to bill for the CPT codes within the Medicare system. We were also awarded the most innovative digital health app in the Nordics by Nordic Innovation, and also won the Business Catalyst Sweden Scale-Up program as the most innovative and promising companies for international rollout. So what does this mean when we move forward? Well, this year we start to commence sales. We have our discussion with the first clinics, we do our first pilot and trials, and we do a seed round of capital to move to the next Series A round. And over a 5-year period, we see that we will be able to achieve sales of a bit over 200 million, and we will have around 60 clinics signed in our relevant markets, which is primarily Sweden and US, and then in addition, a launch in Germany and potentially also in the UK. And we have chosen these countries due to the fact that they like digital product and they are quite strong on remote monitoring. For now, for this year, we are conducting a bridge financing round of 5 million SEK, and this is to be able to initiate the commercial phase to get those first pilot case, those first clinics, and see the traction of those, to then be able to go out in 2024 to do a full Series A round that will enable us to get the larger footprint in the US and also start to get the footprint in Germany for a more scalable sale. So basically, we want to secure key competence in the US, so we know that we have the right partners and the right distributors to sell. We want to look at the German market to see how we can place our product within the DIGA portal, and we want to further strengthen the clinical evidence of the product with new clinical trials that will enable us to get more certification of the complexity and variables that the product offer. The round is more or less filled, but there are still some ability to be part of this journey. And I would say that if you do want to be part of a journey that could bring a market for millions of people, you would like to be part of a journey that has a unique AI tool to aid chronic pain patients without further from the opiate space, and you want to see how we can utilize aid for the millions of people living with pain, then PainRainer might be an investment for you. Thank you very much. Difference between the week 6 and week 12 for some parameters, which we believe are that in the initial feeling of the product, where you understand your pain, and you think you have a good sort of basic behavior, and that will trigger the placebo. But then after a couple of weeks, that will lower it again. So we think that given that you use it over time, the placebo will vanish, and the effect will be as the 12-week effect measured will be prolonged, so to say.
All right. And in terms of compatibility of the app, someone is asking, is it compatible with all smart devices, smartwatches, things like that?
Yeah. Not right now, but we are right now applying for a new clinical trial where we will add wearable to see how a wearable can work with the product. And I think wearable is really good because we want to have as low barrier as possible to get high compliance in the product and actually get people to log. However, it is important that the basic of the product, that we utilize the acceptance commitment therapy methodology and so forth, there is a real need for the patient to think about their specific situation. So you shouldn't just log and then think that you're done with the day. You should actually reflect upon your day and do the analysis yourself on what are your pain triggers, and therefore it's good to actually go into the app and not just let the app watch do it for you.
Yeah. Is it difficult to get patients to subscribe to this? I mean, getting patients to use your device, the app?
Well, as a B2C product, there is quite some hurdle to actually get folk to log on or onboard. But when you provide it in a clinical setting, that you actually have a physician telling you that you should use this as part of your treatment plan, then it's obviously easier. And then how to get compliance, we can see that we need to get the patient to be active the first 2-3 days. Because if they are that and they understand, then they are more prone to continue.
And now jumping into marketing, what is your marketing strategy for the product?
Well, I mean, our go-to-market model is to meet healthcare providers within the US and Sweden to offer the product to them as a remote monitoring device that they can provide to their patients. In terms of how we will market the product to reach those, I would say since we're a small company, we can't go broad in our marketing sense. So different fairs, events, conventions, trying to find distributors, try to bootstrap as much as we can to actually get out in the market without placing a number of ads and billboards.
And someone here is asking, how much sales do you need to reach break even?
I mean, it depends a bit on the size of the clinics that we sell to, and also the how long cash flow cycle we have. But I would say we need around 20 clinics, 15 to 20 clinics.
Okay. And final question, what classification is your app, and how has your journey to commercialization been affected by MDR?
We are a class 1 medical device, both from an MDR regulation perspective as well as the FDA. And I mean, obviously from MDD to MDR, there were some discussions in terms to understand how we can actually position it as a class 1 device. I think one key important thing here is that we are not treatment. We are a tool for the clinician for their treatment. So we are
everyone. Happy to be here today to present Psychzone. So Psychzone is a public company listed on Nasdaq First North under the ticker Psychzo. I just want to remind you about this forward-looking statement disclaimer. Psychzone was listed back in 2016, and we are developing a couple of drugs in the autoimmune space with the aspirations of transforming these indications. So we have a small molecule called Rebexamod, which is indicated for rheumatoid arthritis. And then we have another molecule based on a peptide called T20K, which we developed in multiple sclerosis. We have developed these molecules to different stages. Rebexamod is in phase 2 development. It has completed a phase 2A study, and I will come back to that. The T20K project has been through a first-in-human study, and we are now back into preclinical activities to explore T20K in a combination with a kappa opioid receptor agonist. For the continuation of this presentation, I will focus on Rebexamod, which is our lead asset. And our story now is around a new value proposition. We have, during the summer, reassessed the market and what has recently happened on the market, and come up with a new strategy for Rebexamod. So a number of points that are very important for the development of drugs in this space is to look at what's happening here. So lately we have had the development for the JAK inhibitors that have received regulatory restrictions. We have also the development when it comes to the TNF-alpha inhibitors that have reached or are meeting strong competition from quite a number of biosimilars, especially on the US market. And what we see is that there is a lack of treatment options for individuals that are treated with TNF-alpha inhibitors. And that's a space where we see an opportunity to place Rebexamod. What we have demonstrated so far is that we have clinical effect in 225 patients with severe rheumatoid arthritis. So we're quite confident into moving into this patient segment that do not respond to TNF inhibitors. We have a very favorable safety profile collected from almost 300 patients. And we see that we can add value to the current standard of care. So when it comes to this patient segment that do not adequately respond to TNF blockers, there's quite a number of them actually. So up to 30 to 50% that do not adequately meet their treatment objectives with the TNF blockers and therefore need to be switched to something else. And what we see with Rebexamod is that we can provide an adjunct therapy to the TNF blockers. So just a couple of slides here on rheumatoid arthritis. It's a chronic disease, of course, causing joint pain and deformities of the joints. It requires lifelong treatment. But as I mentioned, many patients do not benefit from the first-line treatment and needs to be switched to a second-line treatment. And there we see also quite a number of patients that do not benefit. There is a need for new oral medication. Of macrophages. So macrophages is a cell type that establish themselves quite early in the disease course. They will continue together with T cells to drive the disease over time. We're working with Martin Krahn as our medical advisor. He is a rheumatologist, and back in 2001, when they started to work with macrophages and exploring the effect of macrophages in rheumatoid arthritis, they discovered that we need to reduce the number of macrophages in the joint in order to treat these patients. And just to give you an image here of what is happening in the joint of a rheumatoid arthritis patient, it's a very complex system where you have a number of the players in the immune system playing a part. But one of the central parts, as I mentioned, and from a very early stage in the disease, is the macrophage. Even though it's been known for quite a number of years that macrophages are very important in driving disease, there are no treatments out there that actually target macrophages. And that's where we see Rebexmod come in. It is very selectively impacting of the macrophage function, but it's also impacting of the macrophage establishment. So that's a very unique property to Rebexmod. We have demonstrated this in clinical trials. So this is a 225 patient study in severe rheumatoid arthritis. And with our 50 milligram dose, we see that we're providing a clinical benefit to this patient from week 8 to week 12. And then we stop the treatment at week 12, and we see a sustained improvement of patients over the next 4 weeks, which is quite unique. And it's really built on this, that we continue this development in a different patient population, and we're quite confident moving into a new patient population where there's little treatment opportunities today. So moving on to the business case, of course, Rebexmod is moving into quite established market. We have Humira as the best-selling drug, selling for $20 billion per year. Humira is indicated in 16 different indications, but one of the main indication, of course, is rheumatoid arthritis. So it's a well-established market with a number of molecules. But we see the launch of biosimilars to Humira that happened this year in the US, which will greatly impact on this market. If we look into the treatment course here, we will see that patients that go on the first-line treatment will quickly switch into a combination of methotrexate and TNF-alpha blockers, Humira. But after a while, these patients stop meeting their treatment objectives with Humira and other TNF blockers, and therefore they need something else. That's where we now position Rebexmod, and we see that as a great opportunity. We see that this would function as an adjunct therapy to the combination of methotrexate and TNF blockers. And it's also very much backed by key opinion leaders that we're talking to, both in the US and in Europe. So what we aim to do now is to investigate this in small studies, so 20, 30 patients, proof of concept studies. We're currently setting up these activities with key opinion leaders in Europe. One of the triggers for this strategic change was that we also have a new patent for Rebexmod. The original patent is lapsing in 2028, and we have, of course, completed that with a number of other supplementary patents to that. But we have a new composition matter patent that was granted in the US, and that will give us a patent lifetime to 2042. So, in summary, Rebexmod is a molecule with novel mode of action that is targeting central disease drivers. We have documented phase 2 efficacy and safety, and we have a convenient, non-injectable oral administration, very important. Established market, favorable partnership opportunities, and a very strong patent portfolio. Just briefly here, we are targeting macrophages. This is a busy slide. But in the middle here is the macrophage, indicating that we also have an opportunity to move into a number of other indications within the autoimmunity, autoinflammatory continuum. 150 different indications within this space. So they're very excited about also exploring other indications. So, and just briefly here at the end, we do have announced a rights issue coming up. We have secured 20 million SEK in that rights issue, but of course would be happy to see new shareholders coming in. So, and here are the arguments that I've already touched on, why we see this as a very interesting opportunity. So I'm happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Carl Magnus. So questions are rolling in here. Could you talk a little bit about the feedback you've gotten from clinicians on the results that you've seen so far with Rebexma?
Yeah, we have a very exciting process right now where we're reaching out to key opinion leaders in Europe. We have, during the summer, also talked to a number of them in the US. And we do see a lot of enthusiasm around this molecule because they see the opportunity to actually add it on to the mix of methotrexate, TNF alpha blockers, and then they can put or Rebexamod on top of that. So that's a very unique opportunity to Rebexamod. We also see that there's a strong interest in the mechanism of Rebexamod targeting macrophages because it's been recognized for over 20 years now that macrophages are driving this, and they try to deal with that with TNF alpha blockers. So TNF alpha is a molecule that is released by macrophages, but macrophages are doing so much more. So if you can impact on the macrophage more directly, they see that this could be a very interesting approach of treating RA.
Someone here is saying the clinical effects seem to be correlated with the dose. Higher is better. So do side effects exist, or does that inhibit a higher dose for patients?
Yeah, so when it comes to Rebexamod, we've actually seen that the higher dose is not necessarily better. So we're quite confident move forward with 50 milligram in this. Of course, we would also like to explore a slightly higher dose, but we'll see what that opportunity arises in these trials.
And do you have a biomarker strategy in addition to TNF alpha blockers, TNF alpha blocker non-responders, to select a patient most likely to benefit from your drug?
Yes, it's very relevant to build in biomarkers, of course. And this is also a very central question for the upcoming proof of concept activities that we are running. So as we are interacting with these KOLs, they also have a very strong interest in exploring those translational activities. So we see that together with them, we can actually find relevant biomarkers that could be utilized together with Rebexamod.
Will you be able to use these important data from these studies in upcoming studies?
Indeed, we are utilizing the data that we have collected to great extent as we now are designing our new studies.
And in terms of the primary endpoints, what are the primary endpoints for the phase 2 study with Rebexamod?
So the primary endpoints that you typically explore when you go into phase 2 studies, more sort of regulated phase 2 studies, are based on the DAS28 score, where you assess 28 different joints in the body. But in these exploratory studies that we are now aiming to do, we will be looking at so many other different signals. So biomarkers, for instance, is one of the important ones.
Well, thank you so much for answering the questions and for your presentation, Carl Magnus.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And next is the CEO of Lipigon, Stefan Nilsson. Welcome, Stefan.
Thank you. Thank you, and good to see a full auditorium. Happy to be here. Lipicon is a lipid biology specialist company, and lipids, that's another word for fats. So fat is our business. And I'm going to talk most about our clinical stage asset, Lipisense. So cardiometabolic disease, and that involves type 2 diabetes, atherosclerosis, stroke, heart attack, is the #1 killer in the world. It's not cancer, it's CVD. And although we reach the treatment goals, we can only hinder about 1/3 of all the cases. So there's a definitely need for novel treatments in this field. Triglycerides is what we are aiming at with Lipisense, and here we have no good options. The market is huge. Dyslipidemia is, if you reach 2% of the treatable patients, it's a $14 billion market. I'm going to talk to you about science behind and also the development. Science is strong. ANGPTL4, our target, is very well validated in human genetic studies, but also in preclinical models of disease, basically confirming what we see in human genetic studies. And we have the credibility to work on this target and work with this target. We're alone with ANGPTL4, but we have 50 years of research backing it up. And development of Lipisense is quite interesting in several aspects, because we can target a group of patients which enable small molecules to activate lipoprotein lipase, similar pathway, or within the same pathway as Lipisense, thus the potential and the treatment is huge also here. Basically, it's a small molecule is something that you could take orally as a pill, and this would, of course, be a huge benefit for if we would during the COVID period, but basically ANGPTL4 is involved in inflammation regardless of the cause of lung injury, so viral infection, bacterial infection, or even chemical damage to the lung. ANGPTL4 is highly upregulated, and thus, if you can inhibit that, you can improve recovery from different lung diseases. We are working with fully optimized compounds here. So basically what we need to do is to do a few additional tests, and then we can nominate a candidate drug that then could progress into clinic and preclinical safety. Something that we hope we could do this year, the coming year. So back to Lipisense. So there's a huge need for Lipisense. There are no good triglyceride-lowering drugs available, and triglyceride counts for a large proportion of the risk for cardiovascular disease that we can't reach with current treatments. Elevated plasma triglycerides basically can be developed can be divided into just options, and very few patients are treated with the options that are available. And the reason is that they are not good enough. They haven't shown clinical benefit, and they are also linked to adverse effects that makes the patient not comply with the medication. So for severe hypertriglyceridemia, which is our first indication, these are patients with over 500 milligrams of triglyceride per deciliter. They have a high risk for acute pancreatitis, a very painful and potentially life-threatening disease. Here it's enough to show that you can lower triglycerides in order to reach approval. And even though this is a small market compared to the cardiovascular market, it's still a billion-dollar market opportunity. Reaching just 5% of the treatable patients, you will have sales of $1 billion. And the good thing for a small company like us is that we could reach this with less than 1,000 patients in all the clinical trials. Once this has been done, we can look into the second indication, which is cardiovascular risk reduction. And this is a huge market with over 135 million patients in the 7 major markets. Of course, you would need huge phase 3 studies in order to prove the treatment effects. But this is where big pharma comes in, because if we can show the proof of concept in the smaller indication, they would bite on the larger indication. Using human genetics, you can predict the effects of different genes on diseases. So for coronary artery disease and type 2 diabetes, you can see that ANGPTL4 is positioned to the left of the line indicating no effect. And you can also see that the confidence interval is way to the left, so it's significantly linked to both coronary artery disease and type 2 diabetes. And ANGPTL3 and ApoC3, these are our main competitors, and they don't have the strong genetic support that our target has. And with strong genetic support, you have 4 times higher probability to reach market approval. In animal models, we have shown that LipidSense improves blood lipids, weight gain, glucose handling, insulin resistance, liver triglycerides, and also that it reduces atherosclerotic plaques. All these data are published. They are presented or submitted for peer review. So these are high quality data that we have produced alone or together with collaboration partners. In our phase 1 study, we've shown that LipidSense is safe and also that we have target engagement. So already now we have a substantial de-risking of the LipidSense program. All multiple doses show that we had lower plasma ANGPTL4 protein, and we are now doing advanced statistics and exploratory lipid analysis on the phase 1 data. So we hope that we could shed some more light on this in the near future. The upcoming phase 2 will focus on severe hypertriglyceridemia. About 25 patients. It's a very cost-effective study where we are using material that we have left over from phase 1. It will be performed in Sweden at 3 or 4 centers and start this winter and end within next year. So this is a major opportunity for us to create value in short time and also for us to meet the requirements or the wish list of big pharma in a very, very effective or relevant patient cohort. Some upcoming milestones, of course, we're going to file to Läkemedelsverket or Swedish medical authorities soon. Hopefully within 60 to 100 days, get the approval, the final report of phase 1, as I just mentioned, and then start phase 2 during next year. And of course, there are the possibilities to have milestone payments from Moderna, additional cash injections, and much more within the other programs. So with that, I would like to just conclude that we have a very good opportunity to build company value in both short and long term. And the idea here is that we will, with this focused and very small phase 2 study, put us in the best possible position for a global deal in the near future.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for the presentation. What is the general interest in the lipid business among big pharma?
Well, it's CVD is the major killer in the world, and as I said, we just with current treatments, and even if we meet the treatment goals, it's just 1/3 of all the cases that we can stop. So it's of a huge interest. It's the biggest costs for healthcare in Europe and in the US. So from all perspectives, it's a very, very hot market, and it's been hot for a long time, and it continues to be like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned some of the current treatments out there for cardiovascular disease. How are your products different, especially in terms of reducing other cardiovascular disease markers and not only triglycerides?
Well, we have the possibility to have all these benefits or add-ons that the others products in market or in development do not have. Most of the key population for severe HTD is type 2 diabetics. They are probably 70% of all people with SHTG are type 2 diabetics as well. And if you then also can improve glucose handling or insulin sensitivity, that's definitely a drug that I, as a doctor, would give to my patients. There's nothing like that.
And we have a question here about the phase 2A timeline.
to bite on this. But as it is right now, we are having discussions with most of the companies that are involved in this space. So they have their eyes on us, and it's just waiting for the right data now.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for answering the questions and for your presentation, Stefan.
Thank you.
And welcome to the afternoon session. I would like to start by plugging our next panel, which will happen at 14:45. It's our big pharma panel, and it will be great if as many of you would like to stay for that as possible. But now I'd like to plug Lumito and CEO Mattias Lundin. Welcome, Mattias.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And great to see so many people here. This is the first presentation after lunch, usually a challenge, but I will try to keep you awake, I promise. I'm Mattias Lundin. I'm from Lumito. And Lumito is a medtech company within diagnostics, digital pathology company. It has its background from the university here in Lund, from the famous Department of Physics. We are providing or making digital images based on up-converting nanoparticles, so laser and nanoparticles in combination on tissue. That's what we do. And the product development is now finished, so the product is there. And now we are in the compliance testing phase before the CE mark. A little bit of background. The company was founded in 2010. But the current journey that we are pursuing really started late 2017, where the actual product development started. And then we've been pursuing that for the years in the past, and here we are now with the final product. Over the past 2 to 3 years, we've been doing a lot of studies, proof of concept, external pre-studies and internal studies with pathologists and researchers in Sweden. And now lately, we also finalized the very first study together with a research group in UK within renal diagnosis, renal biopsies, with promising results there as well. The very last, or the latest, I would say, milestone that we passed was manufacturing of the reagents that we need in order to complete our product. So our production partner, Unigen in Finland, they finalized the manufacturing of the commercial version of the reagent just a couple of weeks ago. So what about the product and some more details around it? Yeah, it is about a digital image, a very contrastful and precise image. And in order to get that, we are using a scanner with LED light, bright field light, and laser. And we also have to the left here, nanoparticle in those bottles, in that small bottle, that you are applying on the tissue sample. And then you put it into the scanner and making the images, very, very precise images. The product advantages that we have is from the left, providing a high contrast and granular images more than you can find currently in the market. The physics around the technology avoids completely out Within tissue diagnostics market, you have an area called digital pathology, and that's the area where we are entering. That has a projection of stronger growth. In the next 4 years is projected to grow 13%. The players in this market, the leaders within tissue diagnostics, are Roche Diagnostics, Leica Biosystems, part of Danaher Group, and Thermo Fisher Scientific. And we've been selecting the research market as the first entrance, and then the clinical histopathology market as the second entrance. If we're then cooking it down to the more immediate market to be addressed, which is the European research market. And it's a decent volume on almost $350 million. And that's the market where we will launch our very first product. And the customers here, the largest part is pharmaceutical companies. It's contract research organizations, and it's also academia and forensic labs that it's adding up to this volume. Our solution fits perfectly well into the standard workflow in IHC. So they don't have to change anything. So it's just following the procedure that are used in laboratories across the globe, which is very convenient and good, I have to say. We protect ourselves and the technology that's been invented here in Lund through 3 patent families, and we are covering the The mission that we have is to become a global leader within digital pathology and constantly come up with new solutions for the future. So innovation and be a step ahead of the game, it's very important for us. What we do currently with the current portfolio is to provide a digital pathology solution, including an IHC kit. And we would like to do that to help laboratories to free up resources, getting more information from each and every slide, and increasing precision. Being more precise is good, and minimizing thereby human errors. We aim for global reach, but are selling direct in the near market like Sweden and Scandinavia. Innovation is important in our core technology, UCMP, and image analysis. We have selected to have a scalable production to outsource the production. So in short, what do? We are aiming to get the CE mark in place and launch, of course. That's the most important thing. We are already now pre-selling the solution, and we are maintaining contacts with the global leaders for future collaborations. In the long term, after we have a foothold in Europe, we are aiming to go across the Atlantic to North America and to US, which is the largest research organization in the research market in the world. Finally, we would also like to offer our fine technology to patients across the globe through a clinical product as well. So, as a summary, the product that we provide is giving recurring revenues. So for each sample, you need our particles. We are riding the digitization trend in healthcare, and we are fitting very well into that unstoppable train, I would say. low barriers to profitability, a very lean organization, outsourcing everything that is not core to us. And we have a smart and unique technology, which is in many aspects superior than current technology. And by that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthias. We have a couple of questions for you here.
Great.
But yeah, go ahead and have some water.
Yeah.
Thanks. Let's start with the CE marking process, which is taking longer than expected and hoped for, of course. Why?
I think one of the things is that there were parts in the compliance testing when it comes to functional safety that had to be further in depth dealt with, and that's what's been occupying us over summer and up to now, I have to say. So now the instrument is back at NEMCO in Germany again to look at the updates that we had to do. So now they are actually checking that. So I would say the functional safety part within the compliance testing was the key driver for us to prolong the journey.
But you don't have an exact timeline for when this will be?
Yeah, we have an exact timeline with the stakeholders. NEMCO is one, and Optronic, which is our producer, and ourselves. So the timeline is now slightly into next year. So that's what the timeline looks like currently.
Right. Yeah. Let me see if there are any questions from the room. No, we will keep going with the app questions then.
Okay.
We have some questions on the technology. If you could give some examples in what user cases do you see that your technology really stands out?
Yeah, I would say when there are applications or tissue and situations where autofluorescence really is an issue, then we can completely mark that off because the physics of the wavelength of the technology, so it's really only showing the glowing nanoparticles and not the tissue around the area.
And is this also an alternative to molecular diagnostic testing?
No.
Short answer, very good.
Yeah.
Let's return to some money questions. What is the cost of your technology compared with existing technologies?
I would say very, very similar when it comes to scanners and so on. So more or less ballpark in comparing scanners. When it comes to the reagents, I think we in some aspects will be cheaper and compared to very simple stuff that doesn't provide you the value that we do. It will be more expensive, but it's a value pricing we are looking for, really, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Matthias.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And now there's actually a change to the program. We will actually hear from Malin Bornstein, the CEO of Reckitt Diagnostics. Welcome, Malin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here with all of you. I am Malin Bornstein, the CEO of Reckitt, and I'm here to present the progress that we are making within the field of pancreatic cancer diagnostics. 500,000 patients are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer annually, and almost as many die from the disease. The prognosis at the time of diagnosis is very poor. Less than 10% in US and Europe survive more than 5 years. Early diagnosis is crucial for survival. But early symptoms are not conclusive, and most patients are diagnosed when it is already too late for resection and for curative treatment. And this is something that's not been changing over the past many, many years. There are well-defined risk groups, but no efficient means of screening. So there are imaging technologies that are labor-intensive and expensive and not suitable for testing at scale. Blood samples are suitable for testing at scale, but CA19-9 is about as old as I am, and it's missing up to 15% of the actual cancer cases. New technologies based on DNA are even worse, missing even more of the patients that need a diagnosis. So this is a clear unmet need, and it's also clearly stated in the national guidelines for pancreatic. Pancreatic cancer. That patient group is left without any follow-up at all because of the lack of an efficient testing. Based on only these 3 patient groups, the serviceable market in US and Europe alone is 4.3 billion euros. In general, there's a large potential in early diagnosis of cancer, naturally. And this has led to vast investments. And the investments are showing progress for most cancer forms, but pancreatic cancer is not one of them, though it is becoming the second most common cause of cancer-related deaths. So all of these multi-cancer detection tests are going to have to be accompanied with a different test for pancreatic cancer if they want to state general early detection capabilities. We are in the final stages of developing such a test. We are working with 5 patented biomarkers specific to pancreatic cancer. And we are making sure that our solution fits to current procedures, current clinical procedures. And they are being developed to be run on already installed base of analyzers. The ones that are closest to us right now are here in Lund. There's installed base in Malmö and Copenhagen. It's quite a common analyzer. Thanks to COVID, we all know that there's no such thing as a test that will never ever give a false positive answer and never ever miss a patient. If there were such tests, that would have an area under curve of 1. Our test comes close. We have in repeated testing, when we look at comparing pancreatic cancer patients with healthy blood donors, reach an area under curve of 98.4 to 99.6. So it is fairly good. And as soon as we've finalized the development of our test, we are going to put our test to the test by analyzing a large population of already biobanked and collected samples to try all of these different relevant indications. That data is going to be used for finalization of our technical files. And then from then on, we are looking into prospective studies, how is our test performing in a real clinical setting, and then the launch, of course, into the areas where we have been granted regulatory approval. A very, very important for the launch, we are going to raise, and next year, additional 20 million Swedish kronor. Thank you. Now I have 30 seconds remaining. I'm going to have to talk to about most important part of this. It's the team. Between us, we've got 50 years experience of surgery and research on pancreatic cancer. We have 150 years experience on development, production, marketing, launch of life science products. And we are also supported by experts on market access within the very specific field of pancreatic cancer, as well as IP. All of us have a strong sense of urgency. We believe that our test is going to start saving lives the very first day it becomes available on the market. Thank you all for listening. I hope that I've been able to transfer some of that sense of urgency also to you.
Thank you, Malin. We have a couple of questions here that's come in through our app, and I should remind everyone, or maybe tell you for the first time if you're new, that on page 3 in the program there's a QR code that you could scan, and then you can send questions in, and I will read them out. So, you talked about pancreatic cancer here. How come that's the first cancer form that you're testing it in?
Very relevant question. So this was a pancreatic cancer project from the start. We are founded by surgeons that are active in that field, and we are founded from their frustration of not being able to help their patients. So they are following up on hereditary patients. There's no efficient means of screening, so there will be an imaging going through once a year, and that imaging is going to look fine every year until it doesn't, and then it's too late. So that's the foundation of the company.
But it could be used for other types of cancer as well?
I don't predict that it will be possible to use. It will be possible to use for differentiation from other cancer forms, so it will be relevant for other cancer forms as well. But it's not going to be useful in other cancer forms. And that's also why we're focusing our next generation projects on an increased usage within pancreatic cancer, because that's where we have our expertise.
So how does the competition look like within this area?
Yes. There's been a lot of money invested, both in general early diagnostics and in pancreatic cancer diagnostics. But so far with very little success. We were really hoping for one of our competitors to make it in the US, because that would have been beneficial, we think, also for our solution. But currently we don't have, we have general early detection companies, but they are not sensitive enough for pancreatic cancer. And currently there are other products in development, but nothing available. And we have not seen higher sensitivity in any other setting than what we seem to be able to provide from the data that we have gathered so far.
You mentioned here that the development within the area has been quite slow, and again you were talking here about it's difficult to get tests that are sensitive enough. Why is it so difficult?
Pancreatic cancer is a difficult cancer form. So it's progressing faster than most other cancer forms. It's metastatic faster than other cancer forms, so it needs to be found earlier. That's one of the issues. And then it's also, so that's why, for instance, cell-free DNA isn't working very well. And then it's been more focused on more common cancer forms, where we've also seen a lot of success. And therefore, pancreatic cancer, but due to the aging population and also to the success in treating other cancer forms, that's the reason why pancreatic cancer is something we are looking into that strategy. And secondly, we are connected all over the world through our founders, but we are exceptionally well connected within the Nordics. And we're really seeing that inclusion into one guideline is going to be beneficial globally, and that is the reason.
Thank you so much, Malin.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cereno Scientific and CEO Sten Sørensen. Welcome, Sten, sorry.
Common mistake.
Yeah.
It's okay. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. Always good to be at BioStock, both in interviews and at events like this. So I'm the CEO of Cereno Scientific, and we are pioneering new drugs for orphan and common cardiovascular diseases. I hope you'll find the presentation interesting. So our main program, our lead program, is trying to solve and provide value for patients with pulmonary arterial hypertension, very deadly disease, 7.5 years life expectancy in mean, mainly hurting females, but also males. So 7.5 years expectancy, and the drugs available today can't solve the problem. They're just symptomatic. Here needs to be agents that can remodel the structure in the vasculars. Now, cardiovascular is the most common cause of death for humans on the planet, and 80% of that is due to thrombotic events and causing damage to the major organs, so the brain and heart, so stroke and myocardial infarction. That's the second focus of our pioneering event. Now, the drugs available there, it's a major area, of course, but they are not effective enough. And the reason they're not effective enough, one of the reasons is that they're quite dangerous to use. 3 out of 100 die of bleedings caused by the drugs used in clinical material. 25 out of 100 get some kind of bleeding. That's a lot. So we aim to develop effective drugs that doesn't cause this bleeding risk. Now, we are pioneering, we believe. We have strong leadership, some of the best minds in cardiovascular research around the globe. And we are connected with both University of Michigan in the US, the largest university in the States, and their research. And also, we are doing a collaborative work together with Abbott, one of the giant medtechs, in our lead program in PH. We have 3 programs in development, 2 in HDAC inhibition, epigenetic modulation with HDAC inhibition. It's a new thing in cardiovascular disease. And we have a 3rd program, a prostacyclin agonist based on an androgenic lipid developed by Mike Hollinstead at University of Michigan, which we have licensed for global rights. So we believe we are uniquely positioned to do something really good here. Our lead program is in pulmonary arterial hypertension. We are in phase 2, a trial pursued in the US at around 10 centers, 9 centers currently, and we are aiming to complete that by Q1 next year. This is the program we're doing together with Abbott and their groundbreaking technology, implantable device to measure the pulmonary arterial pressure, CardioMEMS. I'll get back to that. Our second program is CSO14. It's soon completing phase 1 and moving into the clinic next year. So we're going to file an IND for moving into our phase 1 study. The third program is, as I mentioned, a prostacyclin agonist. That's in preclinical work. Now, looking at PH, there's a great unmet need, as I mentioned, and the market is around growing towards 11 billion, growing 6%, healthy growth. But the need for new drugs is very strong, and I'll get back to why. So we have in CS1 a drug that has a multi-efficacy capacity as documented in preclinical work. So we have seen pulmonary pressure reduction, reverse remodeling on the structures of the cardiovascular and the heart. And we have antifibrotic, anti-inflammatory, and also antithrombotic capacity with this drug, all documented in preclinical work. And this fits very well with the disease pathophysiology in PH. And we are studying these effects in our trial in phase 2. The trial is safety and tolerance as primary objective, but we are studying a number of parameters, including structure, etc. The drug we're using is an old drug, VPA, used for prevention of epilepsy. So it's been in man for 60 years approximately. So it has very good safety and tolerability, and we didn't see any issues in our phase 1 study. We got an orphan drug designation by FDA, so we have 7 years exclusivity once approved and marketed. We have a strong patent portfolio, we believe, so 3 patent families, and we have documented or pursued that in 21 countries worldwide. So this is the study. We're studying 3 different dosages in these patients with pulmonary arterial hypertension, and they're being studied with Abbott's implantable device that's implanted prior to the study is randomized, or patients are randomized into these different dosages. They're being followed 12 weeks, and that's the end of the study, and there's a 2 weeks follow-up after the therapy has been discontinued. The numbers here on the progress of the study is from August 23, and we'll come back with an update later to the market. Now, this summer, we really got some remarkable news about the study. An investigator in the study reported back after the patient had completed clinical findings out of the study, which we, when we got to know this, said we have to release this information. And so in this patient, 51-year female, been on drugs for 3 years, therapies, 3 different therapies, well established, and was added CS1, our drug, and we saw a 30% reduction of mean pulmonary arterial pressure. We saw an increase of 20% approximately on cardiac output, and a decrease of 43% on pulmonary resistance. So this is a remarkable improvement in a patient. And she moved from functional class 2 to functional class 1. In functional class 2, you're very impacted symptomatically by the disease. In functional class 1, you basically have your diagnosis. You don't feel that much from your disease. A number of other parameters were improved. So this gives us a very strong hope that we will be able to do something useful in this patient group. This patient had finished the study and was on the strongest dose of the 3 in the study. These findings prompted a data quality control initiative by our company and clinical steering committee, where we wanted to secure that the data transfer from CardioMEMS on efficacy parameters were optimal before we get to the end of the study in Q1 on all patients. So, and we also wanted to make sure that we had adherence to protocol. So we have these 3 drugs in development, and 2 of them have shown very interesting impact on thrombosis prevention. And as you know, thrombosis prevention is this major market is going to approach 43 billion by 2030. And we have seen efficacy on both our compounds CS014 and CS585 in very translatable mouse models, cremaster models, and without increasing risk of bleed. So this gives us very much hope in that area. So I would just mention that this portfolio that we have is now approaching interest to do business development deals or exits to pharma partners in the world, I think. So we are gearing up our activities with the portfolio, both for PH, the HDAC portfolio per se, and for thrombosis prevention. And the deal that was made recently, well, 2 years ago, but it's a benchmark deal in PH. Merck bought the company for $11.5 billion when they had finished phase 2 and were starting phase 3. So that's a very good benchmark. We believe that our product could beat sotatercept when we get to the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Sten. We have quite a few questions here, mainly concerning the results. So what do these results, what would you say they mean in terms of market potential?
Launch and marketing yourself. And we are keeping that door open for now. But of course, if our clinical data for CS1 would look as the patient case in the spring next year, I think we would be an attractive partner to do a deal with. So, and currently it looks actually better than sotatercept, both from a delivery oral, from side effect profile and efficacy profile. We'll see.
Have you had any comments from external researchers or industry people about this patient case that you presented?
Yeah, I think if anyone here wants to listen more to we had a capital markets day it was held on the 30th of August, where we had Abbott, the chief medical officer for Abbott, presenting CardioMEMS. We had our principal investigator, Raymond Benza, presenting the trial and also the patient case. So I think from that perspective, but that's of course people involved in our effort. We have dialogues with potential interests, and we've had that for a while.
If we look ahead to a potential phase 3 studies, have you had any thoughts about potential primary, secondary endpoints for such a study?
But we will have a dialogue with FDA about our study and the data. In fact, FDA's Drug and Tech Division had a meeting about our study and approved to put CardioMEMS in the patients and CS1 in the patients to study them both, because this is the first study done this way ever. So you're able to follow the patient every day because CardioMEMS sends signals to a computer. So we will have that dialogue with FDA and discuss the protocol when we are done.
Well, thank you so much, Sten.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And our next speaker is Mia Wundin, the CEO of Sonator. Welcome, Mia.
Thank you so much. I think you've been sitting too long. Please stand up, everyone. just quickly. And then sit down again. So I'm Mia Brundin. I come from a company called Synatro, and today we will talk about a disease called osteoarthritis and the solution for many of the patients affected by that disease, and why this exercise, besides keeping you awake. This is a very common exercise you have to do when you have osteoarthritis. Stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. You can do it again later. So who are Synatro? We're a company developing local injections, and the aim of the local injections is to provide a longer efficacy for the active drug connected to our drug delivery technology. It's also aim of taking the drugs that have systemic side effects, and by injecting them locally, we can avoid many of the side effects. So our lead program is called SYN321. It's for the indication symptomatic knee osteoarthritis. And what we've done so far is we've shown initially that we have a sustained release within the knee joint, up to 10 times longer than for free diclofenac in the knee joint. And diclofenac, as you know, is the substance in Voltaren. This is the most potent anti-inflammatory drug for osteoarthritis treatment. We have patent protection starting in 2020. I will come back to that later as well. And we are now ready to go to clinic, straight into humans, patients with osteoarthritis. So let's talk a bit more about this disease. So we've been talking previously about diseases that can kill you. This will not kill you, but there is no cure for the disease, and many people are affected from a very young age. And it will continue and progress throughout your years, maybe those years when you want to be most active. So you want to treat these patients. It affects more than 500 people globally. And half of these patients getting treatment will not be pain-free. So they will have limitations to how they can move, what kind of activities they can do, how they sleep, because the pain is usually quite harsh in the nights. And this is something we want to change. The market is huge. It's projected to be, in 2030, $15.8 billion US. And why is this? Well, obviously the aging population, but also increasing number of sports injuries, etc. So let's have a look at the drug delivery. Synovial fluid, the bonds between diclofenac and the linker will break. So diclofenac will be gradually released for a long period of time. What is also important when you inject something into the joint is that you don't inject something that's not known to the body, because then you will have reactions. And this is what's good here, because also the hyaluronan, which is naturally present in the knee joint, will actually also release, providing viscosupplementation. This is just an additive effect, but the active substance here is going to be diclofenac. So let's have a look at the initial horse study that we did. We compared SYN321, where everything is connected, to just injecting diclofenac and hyaluronan. So what happened? If you look to the left, you have the yellow-orange lines. This is the free diclofenac measured in the synovial fluid. So within 2 days, all the diclofenac was out of the joint, so no more effect. If you compare that to SYN321, you could find diclofenac in the joint for 14 days, and this is when we stopped measuring, so we don't know how much longer it was actually there. So this is the proof of sustained release inside the joint. We have also completed the full preclinical and toxicology program for starting our phase 1/2A, which is planned to start next year in Q2. So why is there a need? You may think, okay, there are so many different products here, and you can't cure it anyway. So why is there a need? Well, as I mentioned, 50% of all patients getting treatments don't get enough pain relief. They still have issues. And if we have a look at the products that are on the market today, or the categories of product, they are all connected to different limitations. First of all, the opioids, maybe not so common here in Sweden to use, but in the US, for example, which is going to be the biggest target market for us, for SYN321, is widely used. And of course, you get addicted to opioids. You want to avoid those. If we have a look at the corticosteroids that are injected, could give some pain relief for up to 6 to 8 weeks. But on the other hand, in osteoarthritis, the cartilage in the knee joint is broken down. And the effect of repeated use of corticosteroids are known to also break down the cartilage. So it's the opposite effect. This effect we don't see at all in the preclinical studies with SYN321. And of course, oral treatments with anti-inflammatory drugs of different kinds, widely used. Even if you get the injection treatments, you can get them on a regular basis. But most people cannot tolerate these products. You get the side effects from the systemic treatment, from the GI tract or from cardiovascular, kidney, etc. And many people have other diseases, so they can't use these products. So finally, you have the pure hyaluronic acid injections. A little bit question how long duration you get from it. You get a sort of lubrication of the joint, which is good, but that is not enough usually. You need the anti-inflammatory effect as well. So there is clearly a void which needs to be filled. The market potential is huge. Our rough calculations give us, for the US and part of the EU market, $600 million, 5 years post-launch. And we are totally ready to start the first clinical trial next year. The patent side looks good. We have a protection for the base compound, where we can also attach other molecules and build new projects upon that. And of course, for SYN321 as such. And we've also added some new applications regarding the formulation and sterilization. We can also add indications, of course, for SYN321. And as mentioned, we can develop new projects with other active substances on the base molecule. And the team, of course, is highly important in this. I have one of my colleagues with me here today. And we also have Stefan Lomander as a senior advisor here from Lund University. And the board of directors also contributing with their very long expertise within the field. Thank you so much.
Asked who your main competitors are, but you did go through that, but could you just maybe sum that up and explain how you will position yourself within that landscape?
Yeah, of course. I would say that our direct competitors would be the other injectable products like pure hyaluronan injectables, but also corticosteroids. That would be where we would have the sort of easiest catch. But also, I would say, from the oral treatments.
So could this be considered a reformulation, what you're doing?
I wouldn't say so, because it's actually going to be as a new chemical entity when we register it. Because the different substances are bonded to each other, so it's not only mixed.
We also have a question about the financial status of the company, how well financed you are.
Well, as a private company doing clinical trials, I would say we always need more money.
It's a very honest answer.
Yes.
Could a long-term effect mask other knee injuries if we return to the clinical side of things?
That's a very good question, but I would believe, I mean, there are the majority is the benefits of having a pain relief, because then you can actually move and exercise your knee and your muscles, so you help with managing the disease.
And you did mention here that your drug delivery platform can be used for other indications. What are you looking at specifically, and how do you make those decisions?
We've just started that work, doing some preclinical testing. We've tested attaching antibiotics. We've tested other anti-inflammatory drugs. So that would be the easiest way. But we also have the possibility to do chemotherapy and adding that.
So that's an ongoing project?
Yes, it is.
It's an ongoing. Thank you. So why have you chosen this patient population to start with?
Well, the knee osteoarthritis is a huge market, of course. And I mean, it's 80% of the market of osteoarthritis, so it was very natural to start there.
And I guess the US is also the natural place
Absolutely.
to start? Yeah. And then will you go for EU as a second market, or were you only thinking the US for now?
We're planning to do it in parallel.
In parallel, right. Thank you. So as a final question, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what kind of feedback you've had from key opinion leaders and from the profession.
Yeah. From the discussions we've had with physicians in Europe, but also in the US, they say everything that's better than what we have is good. So please bring it to us, because there is a huge need for better products, and especially to avoid the side effects of what's there and the addiction side of opioids, for example.
Right. Thank you so much, Mia.
Thank you.
We will then turn to our 3-minute pitches again. And just to remind everyone, these are 3-minute pitches by unlisted companies with, shock horror, only one PowerPoint slide. So those are the rules. And first out is MyCural Therapeutics and CEO Alena Kasted.
It was discovered already in the 80s. One of the main reasons why cancer cells divide uncontrollably, why they resist treatment, and why they spread throughout the body. This holy grail of cancer is a protein called MYC. You find the name of it in our name, MyCural, MYC. This has been a highly desired target for drug discovery for decades. Unfortunately, there is no anti-MYC therapy. And why is that? Well, as I said, decades of funding, efforts, and no one has actually really managed anti-MYC therapy. Although we knew already in the 80s we wanted it. So why is that? Well, MYC is a very difficult target, and common drug development methods cannot be applied to it. So methodologies and also instruments have been underdeveloped, and knowledge have been insufficient. So what do we do about that? Well, we know how to do it now. For 20 years, cancer researchers from 3 universities in Sweden have dedicated their time to try to understand this main driver of cancer. And together with MyCural, we have built a platform with methods that are unique to be able to identify and validate potential candidate drugs that can be developed into an anti-MYC therapy. Today, MyCural Therapeutics has potential candidate drugs that we want to develop into this therapy. These potential drugs are efficient, they are selective, they inhibit tumor cells within a wide range of cancer, and they are regressing tumors in animals. So Mercure is now embarking on a program where we will bring forward a candidate drug that we will develop into an endemic therapy, the first time in history. So, as you understand, this is a huge market with immense revenues. And with that, I would like to say, be brave and join us on the mission to cure cancer.
Thank you, Elena. Our second pitch is from Human Sense and CEO Cecilia Belfrage.
Hi everyone, I'm Cecilia. 1 in 4 will suffer a stroke, the leading cause of disability in adults, and the cost for the society is huge. 20 years ago, the stroke patient was last in line in the emergency room. There was nothing to do. They would only go to rehabilitation. But today, healthcare can cure stroke. With a small incision in the groin, they go all the way up through the blood vessels to the occlusion in the brain and remove the clot, so the blood flow is restored. But a large majority of those patients arrive in hospital too late. Either they don't understand they suffer a stroke, or they can't alert due to the stroke. And this is why we have developed Stroke Alarm, alerting contacts in case of stroke symptoms. The basic principle behind Stroke Alarm is that 83 to 90% of all stroke patients suffer arm paralysis. That's what we are looking for. The system consists of 2 bracelets, 1 on each arm, and they are paired to the patient's own smartphone. If the system gets sign of stroke symptoms, then contacts are alerted so that the patient can get to hospital in time for treatment. And the system, the Stroke Alarm, is a medical device. It is CE marked as Class 2A. And so who should use this? Well, there are many risk groups, there are many risk factors for stroke, but there are also some well-defined risk groups with very high risk. If you had a TIA or a stroke, you have about 9 to 20% risk of having a stroke during the first half year. If you have atrial fibrillation, you have about 3 to 5% risk every year for the rest of your life. Many, many, many patients. We want to, Stroke Alarm will be sold to healthcare providers or insurance companies for high-risk patients through partners and distributors. And since Stroke Alarm has market clearance in Europe, our focus now is to launch Stroke Alarm in Europe. And now we're raising 9 million Swedish crowns. About 6 of them are signed for. And it's for preparing the launch in Europe together with a partner by the end of 2024.
I'm Parashar Tapola. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Nigen Analytics. And what we are doing is that we are on a mission to make this world, this is what you pictured now, a reality by using single-cell genomics technology. Single-cell genomics is like looking into the secret lives of cells, looking at what they're doing, and generating this rich information that we were not getting before with conventional genomics techniques. Today, More than 8,000 research labs across the world are using this technology and trying to understand the various disease models in mice and get better insights into the human samples that they have obtained. Single-cell genomics is what is going to be the future of precision medicine, and we truly believe so. As these researchers are generating a large amount of data, what they're struggling is with data analysis. With decreasing sequencing cost, generating large-scale data is not a problem, but analyzing it is, because people do not have access to the analysts, they don't have access to this expensive compute requirements that's needed to analyze the data. What we have done as a spin-off from Lund University is developed a completely new cloud architecture to analyze single-cell genomics data at 10 times lower price. What this has led us to do is develop this solution and provide it to the genomics researchers across the world. And right now, since our launch in December last year, we are seeing 35% month-over-month growth of our user base. We have signed deals with Lund University and University College London and have already booked our first 100,000 crowns in revenues. What we are doing now is trying to bring our product out to more researchers, trying to develop further data products built on our core offering. We are a team of 7 people based here in Medicon Village, and we are looking for our investors for our next round, our seed round. And if you're passionate about genomics or just generally want to know more about single-cell genomics, please feel free to talk to me.
Thank you, Pasha. Thank you.
The doors are closed, and we are back from yet another invigorating break. I hope all of you are having a good time. I hope it's actually going to get better now, because we are about to start the second Expert Insights session of the day. This one is on the theme of business development, licensing, and partnering with a Nordic outlook. And I'm thrilled and proud to be able to present not only one, but 2 major pharmaceutical companies from the region. We have Novo Nordisk with Anu Balendran, and we also have Tara Heitner from Ferring Pharmaceuticals. A warm welcome to them. And I should also say that, Anu, your titles are very long. Anu, Senior Licensing Director, Global Business Development with Novo Nordisk, and Tara, Head of Global Search and Alliance Management from Ferring Pharmaceuticals. Could you each give us a short summary of your background in BD, and perhaps tell us a little bit about your current roles? We can start with the ladies.
Thank you, Jonas. Well, my background, I'm a scientist by training, and I worked for the first half of my career as a bench scientist doing drug discovery and development. But I very quickly started my entrepreneur career with the first spin out from MIT, where I was a scientist. And then when I moved to Denmark, the founding of a biotech startup where I was also a scientist. When the company was ready for commercialization, I took on the BD role, and I did an MBA at DTU. And from then on, I have been working as a consultant in my own firm for many companies in the region, both Sweden, Denmark, as well as in the rest of Europe. More recently, I was consulting for Merck, German Merck, and for many startups in the region. And I've been CEO of 3 companies, 2 of which I founded or co-founded, and a Swedish company here in the region. So my experience in BD comes from both working as Director of Business Development in multiple startups and as CEO for some early stage companies.
Great, thank you very much. And your current role at Ferring Pharmaceuticals, you're actually quite new at that role, is that correct?
Yes, I started at Ferring about 2 months ago, and now embarking on something new because I'm actually looking for opportunities and managing opportunities in the commercial, so drugs that are on the market or close to the market, and in new therapeutic areas as well. Okay. Very exciting.
Cool, thank you. Anu, tell us a little bit about yourself and your role at Novo.
Thanks, Jan, it's great being here. I'm also a scientist by training, and me and Tara were just comparing notes before. I started, after my PhD, straight into a pharmaceutical company. I joined AstraZeneca up in Gothenburg and been with AZ almost 17 years. As a bench scientist, through the drug discovery process, leading projects into clinic, and also then moving into business development in AstraZeneca. So learning the ropes within the big pharma environment. And you know, these big companies do have lots of opportunities for you to try out different things. Then I stayed in BD with them for quite a while, and then with Alligator for 2 years. So some experience of working in the small biotech environment, a real kind of eye-opener for me, taught me a lot. And then back into Novo. I joined Novo 3 years ago. And in my current role, I'm part of a small group, about 10, 12 people within global business development in Novo, who are responsible for the transaction part. So very much how to structure a collaboration, a deal with an external partner, the agreements, the valuation, and then negotiation and completion of those deals. So we kind of don't go and search. There's great teams in Novo who do that, but more execute these agreements. And I've been doing that for 3 years. But my basis is science, so I really enjoy
Anu, for example.
So personally, I did my PhD on insulin signaling. And to work for Novo as an insulin company, diabetes is my favorite area, I think. However, when it comes to Novo Nordisk as a company, I mean, of course, we are in the news today. Our history is diabetes and obesity. Still, it's very much our co-therapeutic area, so we're really out looking for partnerships in those two areas. So, but however, Novo is also expanding its portfolio of projects to adjacencies to diabetes and obesity. So we're looking at cardiovascular disease. You will see some of the deals we've done around that. You'll see in our partnering page, we're keen on new cardiovascular opportunities. We're also looking at some NASH and also chronic kidney disease. Novo has a legacy in rare blood disorders and rare endocrine disorders, and we still continue to give focus to programs in rare blood disorders. For last year, we acquired a company in sickle cell disease, so we are keen to move therapies in rare blood disorders and also some rare endocrine disorders.
And what about you, Tara? Do you have a favorite area that you are?
That's a very tricky question. Diseases are very difficult to have favorites for, as you know.
Maybe it's a poor choice of words.
But I've worked in my career, because of my consultancy company, I've worked across indications, therapeutic areas, and modalities. But where I focused the most has been in
on current business development trends or licensing trends. Is there anything in particular that you could put your finger on? If I start with you, Anu.
I believe there's an increase in focus in therapy areas of interest to Novo, in the metabolic space. It's been a neglected space in investment for a long time, but given the excitement and the success that's been shown, we can see an increase in interest from investors and so forth in going into that space.
Is that something you share, or do you have any other reflections on that?
Well, I think there's a very interesting trend towards personalized medicine, and I think even though I've been a very short time at Ferring, there seems to be an interest in going that direction, even for fertility and women's health. Also, the trend towards point of care, home care, hospital home care so that you can take the patient out of the clinic, out of the hospital, and treat them at home with advanced devices and apps to monitor, to do test blood, and to even look at, the status of the ovaries and whether the fertility drugs are working and when to stimulate. So now that I've joined Ferring, I've really seen that there is an underrepresentation, underfunding of women's health, and of really underrepresentation of scientific understanding about fertility. So I think that's a real strong
what you could acquire or find next. Tara.
Well, obviously in the Nordics, there's extremely good science, and I think at Ferring we have a collaboration with several academic groups, including Karolinska. So indeed, we are looking to the Nordics. We also have a collaboration with the BII Institute in Denmark. So there is a clear value of the research and the science that's going on in the Nordics.
And what's the Novo Nordisk take on that?
I mean, very much like what Tara's been saying. I think, I'd like to add on to say, like, if you take a company like Novo, I think it's a duty of us to look globally. So we do look globally. That's part of the game. And it's important that companies in the Nordics are competing globally. And I know you guys see the world as your partnering opportunity. But being close to home here in the Copenhagen area, of course, we have an increased chance of interacting with the companies in the region and following them a bit more closely. And as Tara mentioned, like the BII in Denmark, we do work closely with the academic groups here across the region, and that gives us a bit more, maybe a step forward in the relationship in the area to develop those into partnerships.
I should also mention that I can see that here in the question app there are some questions coming in, and that's great. I would just say that encourage everyone to write whatever questions you might have for these giants on stage, and I will be happy to relay them when we are done. So looking at different assets or different potential assets, what is it? What's the most attractive thing that you look at when you assess a potential target? Tara.
Well, Ferring has a cultural focus on putting people first. So the patient really comes first. And because our main focus is on fertility and maternal health, we're definitely focused on any technologies that will complement our current approaches and allow us to reach a larger market.
Yeah. And what do you have your focus on when you explore?
So I'm going to stretch the question a bit, Jonas, and give you a little bit of feel for how we do evaluations in Novo. Maybe that's
please do.
Answers the question a bit more. So I think spoke about the disease areas of focus, and then comes from how we approach partnering and how we look at external partnerships. We have a really close team within global business development at Novo Nordisk, and we start with our strategy. So what we are out looking for has a strategic link to within our company and the different therapeutic areas within our company. They are in close connection with those leaders in those therapeutic areas to understand where is the gap. Because please understand, we also have a very strong internal R&D engine, which is also producing drugs for us. So we need to fit it in. So based on those strategies, we're going out and looking for programs, and that can be at different stages. And that will determine what we want in those programs. what we're looking for, I mean, maybe it's a cliche, but it's true. We're looking for pharmacology across. So, you know, there's got to be a clear focus on what it brings as a differentiating feature to the unmet medical need. As Tara was saying, the focus on patients, making a difference to patients, that has to be there for why you're doing that. Then comes exactly the whole aspect of the quality determined on where you are in the stage.
Part of it also in a little while, but seeing them, are there any obvious red flags, so to speak, that would immediately disqualify a small company from a potential partnerships? I mean, perhaps the due diligence team should be here to answer that, but I'm sure you. Anu.
I mean, I think I went from having spent 17 years plus at AZ to a small biotech, and I would think starting there, people at Alligator at that time would have said, God, this guy wants everything under the sun, which is true, as just Sarah says. I think from a big pharma perspective, there is a real wish for a big data package. They really want to see these projects coming to the pipeline with the same level of scrutiny and data as they would do for their own programs. And that's natural. And I think it's important here to really focus on the key elements and create that right value out of this package, which in a lot of companies, for me, one thing is it's going to cost more than you think. You can't do things on the cheap. That's, I have to be honest, is you got to make sure you can focus your investments in the company to get to the full package. And you cut short, you're going to suffer when you're showing that data package in a deal diligence. So it's really important to think way ahead of you coming to a point where you say, I want a licensing partner, that you've thought through what would the licensing partner want in this package of data, and make sure you're creating that full chain there and creating the value out of it.
Mm. And you touched upon the cost side of it, and that's pretty much in focus now for many small companies, obviously seen as it's tough to raise capital. Would you say that in general, the current market climate then with tough to get capital, and is that driving more deals, BD deals or licensing deals or acquisitions because of lower valuations and the perhaps more desperate feeling about small companies that they need to get some kind of funding? Would you say that, Tara?
I think there are definitely more programs out there available for partnering, but because of the lack of funding, pharma companies also have a lot more scrutiny because the data isn't there because the company haven't been funded enough. So while there are many projects out there, they maybe lack the data packages that we would seek in a pharma company to in-license. It doesn't mean we wouldn't follow them to see if that could be done, or be creative around some kind of research collaboration to see the data package be completed through that type of collaboration. So I think you have to be creative in these days on how to get the data needed.
Mm. Is a bargain price tag, or is that even an issue for a big pharma company, really?
I think, yeah, I mean, you would think so, but from where we stand, where we find a program that is interesting and attractive to us, it's also something that's good and has a value. Then you are going to pay the value. And it's not, of course, there is maybe more of a press for partnering compared to maybe a time when you can raise capital and keep it going for longer. So they'll partner earlier. But I think we will pay the value that it demands because of the quality and the innovation in it. And it's not purely market driven. So the market has some play, but I think we are in our own cycles where we are keen to do a deal or have a strategic outlook to do deals. Then I think pharma companies are stepping in. I mean, you're not seeing on a global scale. Yeah, there are deals happening, but there's also big price tags. I can't say from looking at it that I'm seeing a massive depreciation in the price tag for this. I think they all drive a certain value based on the quality where they have gone and maybe the demand for that from several partners. That'll drive the price.
Mm. Well, that's really interesting, and it's actually leading into my next question. That what are the driving factors behind the different price tags? I mean, obviously you have patient population and stuff like that, market potential. But what's the huge difference that makes, for example, Roche pay $7.1 billion for Telavant when they buy them, and another company gets a 300 million upfront, and then perhaps a smaller company gets only 30 million upfront. I mean, there's huge differences there. Is it all data-driven, you think? Anu?
I think what you will see when you look at these price tags, there is a correlation to how late stage it is, and also linked to how big a market potential it has. So there is, I mean, all of our peers, and including us, are doing diligent financial modeling to put a valuation on these programs. So that I think is probably a large part of how the pricing is based on the programs. But there is, and the other element of it as well is,
game changer for a company of the size of Novo or Ferring to do an acquisition or not, but everyone loves a bargain. So do you think that the current market climate can make even the companies that have something that's desirable from a big pharma's perspective to be, more vulnerable in the negotiation situation regarding how much they can get paid? Do you think so there?
I think it's important to know the value of your asset, even in the market we're in today. It's important to build relationships with the company that you're partnering with and not expect you're going to make a deal in a month or two. It takes anywhere between 12 to 18 months. During that time, you build a relationship. In the company you speak to, you should have an internal champion. That's important in terms of you're not negotiating for the cheapest deal. You're negotiating for a long-term relationship. And if you have finances that don't support a longer-term relationship, then the alliance will not be a success. And I also agree that you want to have a competitive process. So ideally, more than one company is bidding for your asset, and that's an important aspect in the process.
That's a dream scenario, I guess, to have many bidders. Well, what would be your best advice then to a smaller company looking for a license deal or to even be acquired at some point? How do you maximize attraction from companies like yours?
Have engaged people who are willing to hear about your program.
And given the magnitude of the global market and so many projects out there, can you get the big pharma's attention at that an early point? What do you say, Anu?
Adding on to Tara, plan early. And to your point, can you get the big pharma's attention? Yes and no. I think it depends on the disease area in. And if you had a scientific target with novelty, maybe they will just be curious. So that's a part of the first part of you to engage with them in partnering meetings is actually showing that you have a differentiated approach to this. That will create the willingness to talk to you. I think anything like I'm doing the same thing but was done 10 years ago, similar to everything else, is not differentiated. You're not going to get their attention. It's a tough world out there. So that's a way to get engagement. But then I also believe there are a lot of professionals who have ex-pharma experience. I think you need to get hold of those experts out there and consultants and engage them, have
to provide some of that concrete advice. I'm actually going to relay a few questions from the audience because I think they are frankly better than mine. So does it help to generate a lot of exploratory outcome data from trials to try and maximize their output? Is that type of data valuable in your assessment? What do you think, Tara?
I'm not sure what you mean by exploratory. Do you mean like single-arm clinical trials?
I wish I could speak for one person who asked.
I mean, I think it's good for internal purposes to run some single-arm, and in some indications, there are ways to run that. But you want to have a, ideally double-blinded, placebo-controlled trial, if possible, because I think you're just losing time and patent exclusivity if you run a lot of trials that can't be used to move on in the development process.
So don't create data for data's own sake. What do you think about that, Anna?
Absolutely, I think, which will, as Tara says, to extend and kind of extend the life of the clinical development. But what I want to add is, if you have got a good design, if you meant exploratory is kind of maximize the data that you can measure out of a study in terms of having the samples, measuring biomarkers, as mentioned, towards personalized healthcare, proof of mechanism in a trial, not just the endpoint, the disease endpoint. If you can create that additional data that really explains the science behind why you got that efficacy readout, that I think, if you think that is exploratory, that I think is very supportive. But be careful on not doing trials just to collect, or in multiple diseases. I'll try lots of them, but I think you need to strategically pick the key disease your drug will work on, focus on that, a proper trial, and get as much data out of it.
Myself and my colleagues were at many of the therapeutic area conferences, scientific conferences, commercial conferences, and also partnering meetings. I think we also have a link on our website where we can be reached.
Great. Anu?
Yeah, I think it is tough. It depends on the disease area. If you're in oncology, it is probably the toughest, because knowing my colleagues in other pharma, they're receiving thousands of requests in each of these partnering stuff. So it's important, I think, when I was thinking back on my time in biotech, recognize who are the key customers you have, and then focus on them from a longer perspective. So you need to reach out them in partnering meetings, scientific presentations at scientific meetings, making sure your scientists go out and connect. That's also a way to get engagement. So the more you can get engagement in the companies that are focused, there's not a lot of big pharma, so you can be focused and recognize who are the right ones for you. You need to really shape up how you communicate with them and make sure the content and the approach is good.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much for the advice. There were a few more questions here, but I would advise you to catch these guys in the break, then the upcoming break, and ask them yourselves. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to leave the word to Michael.
Thank you, Jonas. Well, it's always interesting to hear the big pharma perspective. By the way, we still have a couple of presenters to go, just so you don't escape right away. All right. Yeah, it's always good to hear the big pharma perspective. But back to the company presentations now. I'd like to welcome to the stage Klaus Ellsborg-Olsen, CEO of Initiator Pharma. Welcome, Klaus.
Thank you very much. Well, it's nice to hear the perspective from big pharma, and I hope that some of the data I will show you now is what they're looking for. So the usual disclaimer, So Initiative Pharma is a clinical stage pharma company, and we're dedicated to developing drugs for patients in need. And actually, you can say we have added on to that because now we also have proved that it actually works in the clinic. And that's a big step for a small company. It's not a preclinical study anymore. It's not something we have shown in animal models. It's actually something we have shown in patients. And this is a really big step for Initiator, and we are super happy about the results that I will show you some highlights of here today. We are a Danish company. We are listed on First North. We have good funding running into 2025. And the current market cap is about 500 million. We have raised about 200 million. So we are looking good from the perspective of as a company. We have Link and Adrigo as cornerstone investors, in addition to 4,000 retail shareholders. Our pipeline consists of multiple drug candidates. And today I will focus on pudafensine, what is previously called IP 2015, and we'll look also into IP 2018. These are molecules that binds to a transporter, a reuptake transporter of monoamines in the brain. So you can say, what is the difference? Well, as you can see here under the profile, I've actually listed that they have a preference for some of the transporters. So there's many transporters molecules out there, but they all have unique profiles. 2015 is very unique, and we have also shown that in the clinic from a safety point of view. Pudafensine, we are using in two indications that we have demonstrated so far in the clinic. That's ED, organic erectile dysfunction. We have the positive phase 2b data. We have also shown in a healthy volunteer study that we actually have good pain relief with this drug candidate. And we have recently announced that in preclinical models, we have actually shown that this compound will also work in what we call female sexual dysfunction, or FSD. This is not shown in the clinic, but of course we're looking forward to see if we can it's a modulation of monoamines are relevant. Well, as I said, the monoamines, which are dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine, are really important neurotransmitter molecules. They are involved in a number of processes, such as emotion, arousal, mood, locomotor function, and also in specific types of memory. It's a validated target, so going after the monoamines and modulating the monoamines is something that's been done for many years for treatment of pain, depression, and Parkinson's disease. However, often when you start treating with these molecules that have been developed so far has had too much effect of one thing. So they created side effects. Too much serotonin gives you sexual dysfunctions. And this we see in people being treated for depression. We actually see that a lot of these patients actually, while they're taking antidepressive, experience sexual dysfunctions. So what we are doing in Initiative Pharma is developing a second generation of reuptake transporter modulators with a profile that is giving us relief, but not the side effects. And actually the molecules that we have developed, the guy who made the chemistry is actually in the audience today, Dan Peters, who's sitting here. So he knows everything about these molecules, and ask him if any other molecules will do the same thing. And the answer will be no. These are unique molecules. So, as I talked a lot about erectile dysfunction, we see that more than 400 million men will suffer from this. We also see what we are focused on is not treating the patients that already have a treatment. We are looking for the non-responders, so the patients do not tolerate it. And if you look at the segment of patients that do not respond or cannot tolerate it, it's up to 35% of all ED patients. And if you look in the segment of where Novo is treating patients, in diabetic patients, up to 50% do not respond to the current therapy. So maybe we have a potential buyer here in the audience today. But we're also looking at what can we do today? The only treatments today are injectables, where you inject aldosterone directly into the penile tissue, and you get an erection that's independent of stimulation. And patients do not prefer this, so we want to have a drug that stimulates the natural erection response. And this is exactly what we have. Really briefly, why do we have two drug candidates? Well, because the profile of erectile dysfunction is different. One is what we call organic. That is what happens to us men when we turn 40 and older. We get physically impaired to have an erection. The psychogenic has other causes: stress, performance anxiety, medication-induced, and so on. And this can also happen to young men. So we need two drugs because it's two very different backgrounds we're looking at. So looking at the erection response, what's actually driving that? That is dopamine. So when we see something nice, we're being touched, we remember something nice, we have a massive release of dopamine in the brain. Something good is going to happen. This dopamine is translated into the production of nitrite oxide. Nitrite oxide leads to the dilation of the arteries in the penile tissue, and thereby increasing blood flows into the penile tissue. So our drug works up here in the brain, so we have a central effect. We have also seen in the preclinical models that we also have a peripheral effect. So you can say the compound is dual acting in that way. The current compounds on the market, including Viagra and Cialis, are only peripheral, so they can only extend a natural occurring erection. We can initiate one. Looking into the brain, again here, just a picture showing with the cross here, the reuptake transporter. So when you block that with our compounds, upon the release of dopamine into the cleft, you increase the amount of dopamine and the time it's there. So thereby getting a stronger signal. Again, strengthening the natural erection response. Both pudafensine and IP-2018 are strengthening the natural erection response. What IP-2018 is doing in addition, it's also increasing the serotonin levels to some degree, helping the people with low mood and mild depression. So in a fine and balanced way. So just getting into the recent program we read out, that's an organic ED. This is a phase 2A. It's a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study, so everything is done to pharma specs here. 130 patients in. They come in for 4 visits, and we do assessments after each of the dosings. Here, of course, it's still a phase 2, so we still look at safety and tolerability. And then we actually use the endpoint, the EEIF score, which is the pivotal endpoint for registration of this drug later. So this is not a pseudo endpoint. This is actually an endpoint that the regulatory authorities has validated and has been used to approve other drugs in this space. So what we are doing here, we come up with these results, and we met the primary endpoint. We see statistically significant on related improvements in intercourse setting compared to placebo, both and also to the baseline, and the results were consistent throughout the study. We also see that some of the other measurements, you can say the secondary readouts of the table, we actually also see significant improvements compared to baseline. So baseline meaning here to their own response of the patient, what they had when they got into the trial. And what is really important, we also saw that the compounds were safe to administrate. So at the low dose, we actually saw that the side effects were similar to placebo. So we didn't see anything of severity in the clinical trial. And at the low dose where we saw the efficacy, we also see that the compound is safe to administrate. And this is really important because we are not trying to cure cancer, we are trying to cure sexual dysfunction. And therefore, it has to be a safe drug because we don't save life this way, but it needs to be very safe for the patients to use. So just going into the other studies on IP-2018, this is the one that read out earlier this year in the summer in psychogenic ED. This is a phase 2A, so there was only 24 patients into this. This is a 3-way crossover, again a randomized double placebo-controlled study. And here we used, instead of using the EEIF end score, we used a Retiscan. A Retiscan is an apparatus, as you can see, we can mount on the penis of the patients going into this study. And then upon getting the drug and seeing an erotic movie, we measure if they get an erection or not. This, of course, is a highly artificial setting. So you can say, as I mentioned, in ED, in psychogenic ED, stress and anxiety is not a good way to have an erection. And these patients, some of them are actually feeling uncomfortable. They need to go into a dark room and they need to watch an erotic movie. But again, in this study, we actually see that we get statistically significant effects. So we see at the high dose of IP-2018, we see that we get an increase in the penile tumescence. We also see at the high dose, we see an increase in duration of rigidity. And these are 2 key parameters for having an intercourse. And again, the safety profile was very fine with this compound, and we are very excited about this. We are doing the post-hoc analysis of both trials now, and we'll come back to the market when we have those completed. So what about Initiator? Why invest in us? We have clinical relevant, statistically significant proof of concept data with our 2 drug candidates. We have limited competition. We are targeting significant unmet medical needs in commercial attractive positions. I saw the number of patients I showed you in the beginning. We are a very cost-efficient organization, so we have money to continue doing the business development that we are set out to do with these results. And the management is actually still very much incentivized by having a good portion of the ownership in the company. And in addition, I said, remember, now we just looked at men until this so far with these compounds. Now we also have evidence showing that both pudafensine and IP2018 can be used in FSD. If you look at SSDD, so hypoactive sexual desire disorder in women, anyone wants to guess how many women are suffering from this? 1 out of 10. So this is a huge market. So if we can also show that this compound can work in here, we will actually have a compound that will actually both being developed for both women and men and providing relief with their sexual function. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the questions.
Thank you, Klaus. Well, it's good you mentioned that you're also going into female sexual dysfunction as well, because I think a big question here is, what does the market look like there?
Yeah, so I said 1 out of 10 women is suffering from HSDD. If you look, we split the women into 2 groups, pre and post-menopausal. If you look in the post-menopausal, there's nothing approved therapy for these women today. So it's a huge unmet medical need. If you look in the there's premenopausal women, there's 2 products approved, but they are selling for peanuts. They are products with severe side effects. One of them is an injectable, and the other one you have to take every day. And the way we are envisioning using pudafensine or IP2018 is an on-demand oral tablet. So the women are in control of their own sexuality. Yeah.
And just looking at the more general aspects of the brain, I mean, when you're trying to regulate monoamines in this case, there's always a risk of disrupting the balance there with the neurotransmitters. So how do you get around this issue?
Well, I can say we thought a long about this when we started, but sometimes you also get a little bit lucky with the compounds. So the group of compounds that Dana developed originally was actually one of the interesting part was that they were looking different from the other reuptake transporters. They did not have a drop in blood pressure as we often see these. They often, some of the other compounds often induce, increased locomotive functions in animal models. We do not see that either. So you can say these things are demonstrating that the compounds have a very specific effect, but they also have a good effect on dopamine, where previous compounds have been very much focused on serotonin and also norepinephrine. So that is giving us a unique profile. Of course, we have additional safety data around this compound, and looking from the clinical trials, you can see that the onset is not imminent. So when you take the compound, it takes some time before it comes in, but it's not such a big problem because the duration activity is in the blood for a long time. Yeah. So it will have a long half-life. So that way you can say that a lot of the compounds that give these side effects are compounds that is reuptaking fast into the system and give an immediate kick, you could say.
Yeah. Well, going to the chat questions here. How do you see the competitive landscape? The area has been stagnant in the last decades, according to this person. However, there are some Scandinavian companies now in development in ED.
Yeah, it has been a stagnating market, primarily due to Viagra and Cialis is generic, so the prices have dropped significantly. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are focused on the patients that do not respond or who cannot tolerate. So we believe here we can obtain premium pricing, at minimum comparable to the prices that Viagra and Cialis had when they were on patent. So that's the first thing. You can say that otherwise there's not been generated any new compounds. We don't see anything in the pipeline. I didn't mention it during the presentation, but we did not invent targeting dopamine for erection. Actually, Pfizer tried to do that back in the day. The problem was that when they tried to modulate the dopamine, they also got a lot of nausea due to the profile of their compound. We can increase the dopamine levels without getting nausea. As you can say, so we are building on the validated trials that they did, but now we have a safe compound. So we don't see a lot of competition just for the non-responders and the non-tolerators. Yeah. So there you can say we are unique. We also know there's a few Scandinavian companies moving up, and it'll be exciting to see where they go into the clinic and start showing safety, which is really important in this space, and also of efficacy as the next step, of course.
Yeah. Well, actually, I see the timer there is expiring, so I'm going to leave it at that. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, next up we have Ton Berken, CBO for Ultimovacs. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's see. Good. My name is Tom Berkey, and I'm the Chief Business Officer at Ultimovacs. You may have heard about the company. Ultimovacs is a listed company, therefore the disclaimer. Developing a cancer vaccine called UV1 with a company, 26 people, based in Oslo. One part of the organization, research organization, is based in Uppsala. What we are developing is a universal off-the-shelf cancer vaccine that is, as you will see in the presentation, combined with a number of checkpoint inhibitors, basically the standard of care in advanced cancer treatment, in a number of indications. UV1 is targeting the hallmark of cancer, called in our case, telomerase. Telomerase is an enzyme expressed in 85 to 90% of all cancer patients. And our peptides are specially developed to, of course, recognize telomerase on the cancer surface. We have shown, I'm just returning from Madrid together with my colleagues from ESMO, we have shown as the second cancer vaccine company in the world to show positive randomized clinical phase 2 data. You may have seen the data last year presented by Merck and Moderna on their mRNA vaccine in melanoma, which of course was also very enthusiastically received by us, because cancer vaccines, of course, have a history to be not very effective, at least not in the clinic. We have now shown, together with Merck Moderna, a cancer vaccine treatment that actually works in clinical trials. Their vaccine is focused on individual patients. We have a universal cancer vaccine. I will touch upon that, of course. And since our program is relatively broad, we have 5 phase 2 clinical trials ongoing. We believe that we have a number of value inflection points coming up, hopefully very enthusiastic. This is the overview of the clinical pipeline. At the lower part of the slide, you see 2 phase 1 clinical trials. The 103 trial, where we combine UV1 with pembrolizumab, is a study that we are reporting on a very frequent basis. That study is a melanoma study where we have seen so far very good overall survival in patients that are in the metastatic disease area. Then you have a number of phase 2 trials. The top one is the pleural mesothelioma trial. That's the trial we reported on in Madrid on clinical efficacy. I will touch upon that in much more detail. And we have a number of additional clinical trials upcoming: melanoma, head and neck cancer, ovarian cancer, and non-small cell lung cancer. And these studies, as you can see, are primarily investigator-initiated studies. The Initium trial, the melanoma trial, is a sponsored trial, and in several of these studies we have collaborations with big pharma like BMS and AstraZeneca. Hallmark of cancer, I already touched upon that. Telomerase is expressed in 85 to 90% of all cancer patients, so that means that basically using UV1 in cancer patient populations is very broad, and therefore the potential applicability of UV1 is very broad. It is important to understand that telomerase is universal. As I mentioned, high percentage of cancer types are expressing telomerase. It is essential. If telomerase wasn't there, the cancer cell would not have an opportunity to grow, so it would die. And it's enduring, which is quite important, that over the span of the cancer lifetime, you can say, telomerase will be active, which also means that UV1 can be applicable from very early stage of disease to metastatic disease. Here, the 5 studies that we are doing with all the details. I will not dwell into too much on that. 3 of our studies are fully enrolled: the mesothelioma study, obviously, the melanoma study, and the head and neck cancer study. We, of course, are reporting on these studies. We have now reported top-line results on the mesothelioma study in the first half of this year, and we followed up on reporting on overall survival a couple of days ago. The INITIUM trial we expect to report on in the first half of next year, and head and neck cancer will follow in the second half of next year. The other two studies will read out later. Here you can see a bit of background on malignant mesothelioma. It's a small indication, orphan drug. We have received recently orphan drug disease designation for the study from the FDA. As you can see, the rate per 100,000 is of course relatively small, hence the orphan drug disease indication. Overall survival in, for instance, this is primarily developed in men. I think there's a fair correlation here that people exposed to asbestos have a high incidence of obtaining this type of cancer. As you can see, the incidence trends in the various geographies is relatively stable. Maybe surprisingly, you see the US below maybe of some of the other geographies. Actually, the overall incidence outside of the US is higher. But of course, after, for instance, an event like 9/11, also people were being exposed extensively to asbestos may, of course, have or will obtain, unfortunately, this aggressive cancer type. The current treatment options, primarily chemotherapy and Ipi/Nivo checkpoint inhibitor, CTLA-4 and PD-1 combination in first line. Second line, there are no treatment options. And as you will see, we are combining UV1 with Ipi/Nivo in a second line treatment. Ipi/Nivo did have a second line indication, but they moved up the ladder, you can say, in 2020 and 2021 when they obtained the first line treatment. This is the design of the study, a two-arm study design, totally 118 patients randomized. One experimental arm, of course, with UV1 included, and one control arm, Ipi/Nivo. The eligible number of patients, inoperable, you can say that when people this is the data that we have shown a couple of days ago, which we are obviously very proud on. On overall survival, we have a rate of 31%, almost doubling the OR of Ipi/Nivo on its own. And the overall survival, you can see, we basically will have a 27% advance over Ipi/Nivo in this particular trial. You can see the Kaplan-Meier curve showing that quite nicely. The follow-up time is at the moment 17.1 months. Obviously, we want to see the data maturing even more, so we can maybe see the widening of the curves on this graph. A number of additional studies, the INITIUM trial, our melanoma trial. This is a study in first-line melanoma where we use the same combination of Ipi/Nivo. It's a larger trial, 156 patients in a number of countries, also including the US. And this study, as I mentioned, is fully enrolled, and we hope to report, hopefully similar, at least positive data on this trial in the first half of next year. The FOCUS trial, metastatic head and neck cancer, combination with pembrolizumab. Maybe I should have said it earlier. UV1 as such is agnostic to any kind of checkpoint inhibitor. So we're combining with basically 5 out of the 6 marketed checkpoint inhibitors in the world. So head and neck cancer sponsored by a German university hospital, 75 patients randomized in this trial, also a 2-arm study, 50 in the UV1 arm and 25 with pembro. Expected top-line results in the second half of 2024. DOVAC study, a somewhat more complex study. Ovarian cancer is a type of cancer which is primarily treated with PARP inhibitors and small molecule TKI. We are combining with olaparib, AstraZeneca's TKI, and durvalumab, their PD-L1, in randomized clinical trials where we have an arm of olaparib, an arm of olaparib and durvalumab, which is a treatment option, and where we add UV1 in the experimental arm. Study results also expected in the second half of 2024, subject of course to patient enrollment, because this study is, together with the next study, not fully enrolled yet. LUNGVAC, advanced non-small cell lung cancer, a study ongoing in Norway primarily, initially done with pembrolizumab, but since the reimbursement system in Norway changed, we moved to cemiplimab, the PD-1 of Regeneron. This study is ongoing, recently started, you can say. Again here, similar kind of study design. UV1 with cemiplimab, arrow on the slide, in one arm, and cemiplimab in one arm on its own. Primary endpoints in all of our studies has been PFS, so progression-free survival, and secondary endpoints OS and ORR. on those as well. This is a quick view on the companies, our investors. So key takeaways, broad phase 2 development program for a company of 26 people. I think that's quite impressive. Proof of concept now with the NIPU data, the people, both scientific people as well as the BD people we spoke at ESMO were quite impressed by the data they have seen compared to an PD-1 CTLA-4 treatment, which is very well established in the market. We have seen good safety profile. Basically, in all our trials, we have not seen any additional safety issues with using UV1 in combinations with the CPI. The only thing that we see, which is quite common with the use of vaccine treatments, is injection site reactions. It's an off-the-shelf product, as I mentioned. We have external validation through a number of fast-track designations and orphan drug designations from the FDA and EMA. We have an experienced team, and hopefully, of course, we look forward to see more exciting upcoming news in a month, let's say 12 months from now. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Tom. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but I know that we have a break upcoming now.
That's fine.
If anybody has questions for you, I'm sure they will be able to ask you during the break.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
But thank you so much again for coming and giving the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the final session of the day. And our penultimate presenter is Sara Fredriksson, the CEO of Achillion, who in 2 seconds will be able to speak and actually be heard. Please go ahead, Sara.
So thank you for the introduction and for the opportunity to present Achillion to all of you today. I know for sure that every member in the Achillion team have a secret, or not secret, we share it, a dream, a goal, an ambition, and that is to add some new knowledge to how we can stop this vicious cycle of chronic inflammation. So we are a biotech company, and we are approaching this challenge by a few well-selected early drug development assets. So chronic inflammation, they are all lifelong diseases. There is a plethora of them. It affects the whole body. And they share the common theme that they are lifelong. Sometimes they are severe, so they shorten the lifespan. And all of them have a huge impact on quality of life. Now, Achillion hasn't chosen to work with a specific disease or an organ, but instead we focus on the biology behind the drivers of inflammation. So this is our pipeline and everything we want to do the next couple of years. And I would like to introduce the 3 of these programs to you, just to illustrate how we have chosen them and why we believe that could be a way to move ahead and continue to build value in Achillion. So let's start with Regulus. In the Regulus program, we are developing a new drug candidate called AQ280. It's a JAK1 inhibitor, and we plan a phase 2 study in patients with eosinophilic esophagitis, or EoE. And I guess that is still a rather unknown disease. Actually, it was first described in the early 1990s. So what is EoE then? It's like an eczema of the esophagus, one could say. So inflammation driven by an eosinophilic influx, that eosinophils, there are cells, immune cells, and they infiltrate the esophagus, it gets swollen, and you have a hard time even swallow. You get pain in your chest. Sometimes food gets stuck. And you can see that if you look at the emergency clinic all around the world, it's quite common that people come in and you have to remove food and sometimes even open up the esophagus a little bit. So we have chosen to work with this indication due to several reasons, and I will show you in the next slide the main reasons from a scientific point of view. Of course, there is a commercial assessment and we can position the drug, but this is a crowded slide. So if you look at or think you're on an immune cell surface, there is an inflammation. It's probably caused by food allergy. And the body messengers of inflammation starts to flow. They're called cytokines. There are receptors on the cell surface, and they recognize these messengers. And then there is a signal into the cell, and there are these JAKs. They are enzymes, and they catalyze this signal that starts the flow of reaction leading to inflammation, fibrosis, and strictures eventually in the esophagus. Now, if you look at dupilumab, that's a biologics. It was approved 2 years ago in the US and now in Europe. And they have shown good effect in EoE. And they can stop 2 of these cytokines, IL-4 and IL-13. But if we inhibit one of those catalyzers, the JAK1, we could actually stop the message from 6 of those cytokines driving this disease. That made us believe, and that's why we're developing the Regulus program. So far, we have concluded a phase 1 study, and we will have some results to present in the next couple of weeks. It's a classical first-in-man study, and we want to find out, is this drug safe, tolerable? Does it have a good pharmacokinetic profile? And can we see that we actually have JAK inhibition? Then we have to follow some biomarkers. And now we're aiming at the phase 2 in Europe and North America. And hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, we will start it in the end of next year. Now, that was a immunosuppressive approach, suppressed inflammation. YERTAB is a little bit different. There we're focusing on ulcerative colitis. It's also affecting a lot of young people, and it has a huge impact on the daily quality of life, of course. So instead of being immune suppressive, we would like to help the colon of these patients to recover its immunostatus. That is, to see that we have those immune cells that actually dampen the inflammation back again, and not just those driving inflammation. And also to get some healing of the mucosal in the colon. So we have identified a small molecule. It's an oral molecule, and we will deliver it locally in the colon. And the target for this drug candidate is another receptor. It's a transcription factor within the cell. But important to remember is that if you are deficient in this signaling, we know that that is one of the causes of IBD. So if we can get that signal back again, then we could promote mucosal healing and also the correct balance of immune cells. So that's why we choose the target. And it's not just to choose the target. Within Achillion, we work, of course, with a lot of different preclinical assays and studies and market assessment. And most important of all, we would like to see that our partner are interested in the target we have chosen. Now we have all that in place in YERTAB, so we decided to move on with the drug candidate and start to progress towards clinical phase 1 and A and B in 12 to 18 months. So science, I'm a scientist from the beginning, so I have to show you some graphs, otherwise I would feel that I haven't proven anything to you. So don't put too much effort into this one. This is an animal with a disease that is IBD-like, and we treat that animal for 7 weeks with our drug candidate. And then we could show that the colon, it gains weight when you have IBD and it's getting shorter. So if you can lose some weight, that is to get a thinner colon and a smaller length, you have succeeded. That is what you see in the bar to the And of course, I can't talk much any longer about the development within the program, but I could illustrate why we choose Alnitech and why I believe that Merck was interested in this program. So scientifically again, this TAC1 is also an enzyme. And think of it not as an enzyme, but as a very central switch, so that if you can switch it off, you could actually lower these inflammatory events in many different aspects. So it would match many different diseases as well. We knew that it was undrugged, that was a potential to become the first drug in that class. And we also had some new scientific data. So when we put that together with an idea of chemistry and the feedback from Big Pharma, we decided to start to make molecules, build IP, and a data package. And that was what Merck actually then wanted to in-license. So today we have a collaborative development work together with Merck, and Merck owns all the global rights to this program. I have said we at least 100 times during 10 minutes, and I'm so proud to be part of this team. This is the Achillion core team. They are the inventors, they are the project managers, they are the business development people that together build value in Achillion. And if you like to know more about the team, the programs, and Achillion, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sara. So what would you say sets Achillion apart from your competitors?
That is always a tricky question. I hope and believe that the choice of target and the quality, you cannot always be the first in class, but you can be best in class. And if you match it really thoroughly with those biology driving inflammation, you have an edge. And the other edge is that perhaps we start really early on, identifying target where we know we can find a partner. You have to be a little bit humble as a small biotech. You can't drive all of them into phase 3. You will need to find a good partner. And I think there is always a sense of urgency for new science to reach the patients, and the quickest way is to work with someone that has the resources. Yeah.
So how do you decide from the research, okay, this is worth taking further?
So it starts with the team. Then we have a couple of KOLs, experts. We do a lot of data. We're looking for different data in patent databases, scientific databases. We go out and ask people. We ask Big Pharma what they do, and why they didn't promote the project they stopped, and so forth. And if we could say that there are 4 criteria, there should be an interest from Big Pharma, there should be a really potential biology that we can validate behind each target. We should be able to do the molecule without 15 years of research. I think those are the cornerstone, and target is key. Target is everything.
So you, of course, talked about the deal with Merck, and I don't think it's saying too much to say that many companies now look up to Achillion for your entrepreneurship. So what are the key qualities for successful entrepreneurship, in your opinion?
There are many. The sense of urgency is one, but I think to understand your customer, everything about your customer, and in biotech, your investors. Because if you don't, you can always understand a need. It's not that hard. Medical need, it's easy. But to understand when someone would buy your asset and why, then you're in a good position to negotiate. And sometimes it's too early, perhaps, and sometimes it's not. But we need to be able to show something that can compete and to meet partner requests and also the medical needs, of course. Yeah.
We've had a question here. So from a BD perspective, how many new doors at potential future partners would you say that this deal has opened? What has it meant for you?
So we have closed approximately 20 CDAs with big pharma companies, and then Merck was the one that succeeded all the way. Of course, now when we approached them to show them our other program, it's a little bit easier to open that door. It was much, much harder when we were completely unknown, knocking on their door with a preclinical asset. It's difficult.
How long would you say that process was from first starting to talk to Merck to closing the deal?
So if we back one step, I think we started to try and talk with Big Pharma long before we even have data. But the discussion with Merck, it took approximately a year, I would say, from really getting serious until we have closed the deal.
But now you can see that the road is shorter.
I hope so. And we made a lot of mistakes. We made a few good things, learned from them, applied again. And of course, now it's a little bit easier to open the door, but it's still tough competition.
Of course. And as a final question then, could you just tell us what 2024 has in store for Achillion?
So we are excited to be able to start a phase 2 study, of course. And we want to progress YRTEB as far as we can towards phase 1. And the other big thing during 2024 is probably that we need to finance the phase 2 program. And that's what we're working with right now.
Good, you saved me asking the finance question. So perfect. Thank you so much, Sara.
Thank you for having me.
And we have reached the final presentation of the day, which is from Diamyd Medical and Chair and Founder Anders S.N. Möller. Welcome, Anders.
Tack så mycket. Thank you very much. Well, I'm the chairman and the founder of Diamyd Medical, and I'm so proud and so glad to be here. And thank you so much for listening. I'll take this little thing here. These are some of the guys that work in the company. And really, our CEO, Ulf Hannelius, he's much better than at doing presentations than I am. But he's in Toronto talking about diabetes, and so he sent me down here. And I'm very glad, of course, that he did that, and it's fun. And this is our disclaimer. Coming back to the story of Diamyd, I'd like to start with just explaining a little bit, you probably know it already, what is type 1 diabetes. And today, type 1 diabetes starts, it's a progressing disease. It starts with stage 1, it goes over to stage 2, it goes over to stage 3, which is the insulin-requiring phase of the disease. And stage 1 is when you have 2 antibodies, 2 beta cell insulin-producing beta cells. Insulin is produced by the beta cells in the body. And when you have antibodies to these beta cells, you have an autoimmune disease, type 1 diabetes, that when you have at least 2 antibodies. The patient doesn't know that he has type 1 diabetes because he doesn't need insulin and the blood sugar levels are pretty normal. The disease progresses, however, to stage 2 type 1 diabetes, and that is when you still have the 2 antibodies, normally to GAD and insulin, and the blood sugar starts to sort of get abnormal, especially after meals and also during meals. So the patient doesn't still know that he has type 1 diabetes, stage 2. So he goes on, although he has abnormal blood sugar values. Then, as the disease progresses and the beta cells get more and more, skadade when you get less and less beta cells, they can't produce enough insulin, and the patient ends up acutely at the hospital, and he gets or she gets insulin every day from that day on for the rest of his life to sustain life. Otherwise, the patient dies. So what we are doing, we are trying to induce tolerance to the autoimmunity. That is, the antibodies is a sign that there is an autoimmune process ongoing to the beta cell producing, insulin producing beta cells, and we want to induce tolerance to that. So we found when my daughter got diabetes in the 90s, We talked to several leading KOLs, and they all believed in a molecule called GAD. And we had this Professor Hans Wicksell, who was a professor in immunology and also chaired Karolinska in Stockholm. And he suggested that we should give subcutaneously a primer dose and see if we could induce tolerance to GAD and thereby sort of induce tolerance and get rid of the autoimmunity. And so we if you give it intralymphatic, you could reduce the number of injections to maybe only 3, and with very small volumes of active product ingredient. So we did that, and we did a phase 1, and we did a phase 2, and at the same time, we sort of looked back at all the data, all the 1,000 patients that we had, and we found that our drug worked in patients that had a certain gene, DR3 DQ2. And that's amazing. I mean, 40% of the type 1 diabetes patients have this gene, DR3 DQ2, more or less 40%, at least in the US and Europe. And then there is another major gene that is DR4 DQ8, and they are more sort of insulin antibody driven, that disease. So what we did then was to file patents for intralymphatic injections and for treating the DR3 DQ2, and we started a phase 3 study, and we are right now recruiting in 8 European countries and the States at 60 sites. And we believe that the 300 will be, we already recruited. Yeah, we think it will be ready recruited. We're fully recruited next year. So that's fantastic. And also, it's not only us. We have a number of scientific papers showing that we're on the right track. I mean, there are so much data now saying that if you have DR3 DQ2, that's a haplotype. That's a certain gene that sort of if they see an antigen, the haplotype molecule sort of catches it and presents it to T cells. And with this haplotype and our molecule, you use a tolerance to T cells. So then it's interesting to see that there is a company called Provention Bio that was acquired a year ago by Sanofi. And it was acquired for $2.9 billion. And 1 year ago, they succeeded in preventing type 1 diabetes from becoming stage 3 insulin requiring. So they gave this sealed anti-CD3 antibody to type 1 diabetes that was in stage 2, that were not really already insulin requiring. And they could stop the insulin requiring phase from sort of coming. And so they got approval for that 1 year ago, and they charge $196,000 per treatment. And the treatment is that you sort of stay in a hospital for 14 days, and you get intravenous injection of this anti-CD3 antibody. So it's a pretty tough treatment, and you also sort of really suppress your immune system totally. You get rid of your T cells, which opens up the possibility to get a lot of side effects. And so that's pretty, people think that is could be dangerous. So it's not something that you really want to do. And what they have done recently, they have also shown that they could prevent beta cells survival in those patients who already have insulin-requiring type 1 diabetes. And they do that by giving this anti-CD3 antibody intravenously twice in 2 12-day courses. So if one course, 14 days, cost $194,000, a two-course treatment, 2 times 12 days, may cost $300. We don't know that yet, but that's possible. So it's very expensive. So if we look, how does that compare to us? When we do a lot of course, talks to big pharma and other people about our drug and our medicine, and they require a lot of data, of course. So we did go out to a good consultant organization in the States and to try and estimate how much value would U.S. health society molecule with this gene, DR3-DQ2, that present with insulin-requiring diabetes every year. So if you multiply the 50,000 with 80,000, you get to an addressable market to $4 billion just for that. And then you have the stage 1 and 2 diabetes, that is before you have the open insulin-requiring sort of type 1 diabetes, which should add more than 4 billion to the market potential. You have an autoimmune disease called LADA, which is type 2 diabetes. Of the many type 2 diabetes patients, 10% are said to be misdiagnosed. They have like antibodies to GAD or insulin. So 40% of them also should respond to this drug that we have. And then what we have done very recently is that if you give additional boosters, we gave boosters at after 3 years and after 4 years. It's a very, very small study, but we could show that you prevent those beta cells that you have at that time. After 3 or 4 years, you can save even those. So what remains there is, of course, to define the right regimen for a booster, for boosters. And we had the possibility. So, I mean, we did it twice. First, in 2010, we took it to phase 3. And then at the same time, we negotiated with some of the big companies. And J&J, they sort of we ended up in a partnership with them. And then when we didn't reach significance, we got the technology back. And we restarted with this intralymphatic sort of injections, and then we found out that it worked in this genetic subgroup. So then we were on our way. We couldn't stop. So
if we look ahead a bit, what value-adding milestones do you hope to achieve in the coming years, say?
Milestone in the coming years?
Yep.
I mean, first we need to recruit. Be some recruitment milestones, I guess. We have. I think we haven't communicated how many we already have recruited, so I won't say that. But we are recruiting now full speed, and then we hope to have some kind of interim analysis. We don't know exactly what type, and then we have,
And you're also conducting a second study called Diagnode B. Can you tell us a little bit about that study?
That was the one that I very shortly touched on. That's a very small study where we could show that if you give boosters on top of the 3 injections that you give, we could save beta cells even 8 years after the first injection.
And as a final question, then, you are conducting a rights issue at the moment.
Yes.
What are your best arguments for people to participate in this rights issue?
I don't know. To make some money.
And to help.
And to help type 1 diabetes. Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
That's a very noble cause.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Anders, for your presentation.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
And with that, we've concluded the presentations and the pitches and the panels of the day, and I will leave the word to Jonas.
Thank you, Cecilia. Well, I'm not going to be long here. I would just want to say thank you to all of you for coming today, and to all the companies presenting, and of course to our fabulous partners who you can meet also in the mingle area outside. We are looking forward to a great program tomorrow as